economist of the country. He is one of the financial advisors to the Prime Minister and equally brilliant author. He has authored a number of books, and particularly a couple of books that he has authored relate to the Indian Ocean and Indian Ocean history. So we are really happy. And one very prestigious project that he's doing is the construction of this Teach boat in collaboration with the Indian Navy and Cultural Ministry. And that boat is in the final stage. So he's going to speak about the construction of the boat, the entire process, right from the acquisition of raw material till the finished product. And this is going to be a very interesting talk for all of us. And probably once the boat is ready, his idea is to travel in this boat first to Oman from here, and later maybe from Orissa to Bali. So that is the dream and a dream project for him. So we are really honored to have him here. So I welcome Sri Sanjeev Sanyalji, and the stage is now his. Sanjeev Sanyalji.
Can the organizers please put my presentation on the screen? Thank you. Okay, very good morning to all of you, and thank you, Professor Shinde, for giving a very generous introduction. What I'm going to do today is to tell you about a project that has been in the works now for a couple of years. And of course, since we are at a National Maritime Heritage Conclave, it's only appropriate that I lay out to you a project that is now fairly advanced, as you will see, and to give you a sense of why we are doing it, what we are doing, and what is the process by which we are going about it, which itself is interesting in its own right. Now, this is not an audience where I need to explain the importance of maritime heritage. This is a maritime heritage conclave after all. But, India has one of the oldest maritime histories in the world. We are the only country in the world which actually has an ocean named after it. And this is not surprising because, very often when you read history, you hear about the Phoenicians being the great maritime culture of the past. But in fact, the Phoenicians only are there from the 2nd century BC, 2nd millennium BC. The Indians were sailing the oceans from at least the 5th century BC, 5th millennium BC. So 5,000 years ago, we were sailing along the, and certainly along the Arabian Sea, sailing out to the Persian Gulf, to places like Oman, to Bahrain, to the Mesopotamia. And so there is, of course, a lot of evidence of all of this. There is now this port, that old port that we are turning into a heritage museum complex at Lothal and so on. But I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about something very, very specific, which is what were the kinds of ships that were used for doing these voyages? Now, there is a lot of speculation about what these ships look like in the very early period, because unfortunately, although we have lots of evidence of maritime trade in the Bronze Age, including anchors, ports at Lothal, for example, and Dholavira and so on, we don't actually know what the ocean-going ships look like. We know what the riverine ships look like, but the ocean-going ships, we have no idea what they look like. There is some speculation that they were reed boats, but there's now, we know that they weren't reed boats. They simply couldn't have taken the ocean crossing. So what I did is to look through whatever material was available, and we can see that certainly by the Mauryan period and by about the 1st century AD, we had a particular ship design that Indians used to use. Now, it's possible that this same design was used in Harappan period, but I can't prove it. But certainly by the Mauryan and Gupta period, we had a particular peculiar ship design, which is called the this is called the stitch ship technique. And in order to show you, depict to you what this kind of looks like, please look at the depiction of this from the Bhog Mandap of Jagannath temple. Can you see that these planks of this ship are not nailed together, but tied together? It's stitched together. Can you see that? You can also see later on from the Babar Nama, again, this a particular kind of stitched technique that is used. Now, this is something that is, of course, these are from a slightly later period than what I'm dealing with, but nevertheless, if you read texts from travelers, read our own texts, there is clear discussion of this business of stitching ships together. So the question that I asked is it possible to begin to recreate a ship from that period? Now, it turns out that there are still some artisans who remember this technique. Although they now build very small ships for local use, but there are still some, and one of them here, Babu, is right here. And I thought that before this technique is completely forgotten, we should try and build a ship using this technique. Now, obviously, the ship I'm going to talk about is from 1,500 years ago, so the technique may have sort of changed, but still, at least while the tradition is alive, we should try and do it. In addition to this living tradition that is still there to some extent, we also have ancient texts like the Yukti Kalpataru. So I mined this material that we found in the Yukti Kalpataru. It's a book from the 9th century by Raja Bhoj. And again, it describes these ships. It describes Samanya ships, which were ordinary ships, and it describes Vishesha ships, which are specialized ships for specialized activities like maybe war and so on. And it also tells us that these ships had cabins. Some of them had cabins in the front, some at the back, some along the way. And then what it does, it also gives the dimensions of these ships. So here I've given the dimensions of the Vishesha ships, specialized ships. They are by size, as you can see. They start out being relatively small, 32 cubits to a height of 3, breadth of 4. And then there are some which are massive. Begini, for example, is 176 cubits long. That would make it a reasonably large ship even by modern standards. And you can see another interesting thing. Many of, at least the specialized ships, were very narrow. This is, you can see it's a length of 176 to breadth of 22. That is the 1:8 ratio. That is a very, very, narrow, long ships which could go fast, but, stability would have been a major issue and something that we will deal with when I deal with the technical details. We also have descriptions by travelers from across the world about Indian ships. Ptolemy, for example, who was a Egyptian Greek in the 1st century, talked about shipbuilders having a fleet of 2,000 ships, accommodating as many as 1,000 troops, horses, and vast quantities of supply. So these are not small ships. These are decent-sized ships by modern standards. Marco Polo talks about ships as large with a crew of, just the crew was 150 to 300 people, propelled by oars, sails, multiple decks, 60 cabins for merchants. These are huge ships. I want to point out also that he talked about ships fastened with iron nails. So the reason I'm telling you this is that it is not the case that Indians did not know how to build ships with iron nails. In fact, Indians were the first to discover how to make rust-free nails through iron. Right in Delhi, you have the rust-free Gupta-era iron pillar. So we had that, and we did occasionally build this ships using nails, but overwhelmingly, we stitched them together. There is, in 1400s, ships weighing 1,000 tons. You have Santo Stefano talking about how they were stitched together and so on. So there's lots of people from outside of the Indian Ocean region who also talked about this peculiar technique of stitching it together. So what did these ships look like? So here is a painting of a sailing ship from cave number 2 in Ajanta. So this is 4th, 5th century AD, Gupta period. This is what these ships would have looked like. As you can see, this particular ship, obviously it's a artistic depiction. So, it's not exactly what the ship may have looked like in proportions, but it gives you a sense. This one, for example, has 3 masts. It has a foresail. You can see a person there. It may not be clear from a distance, but there are these pots there which probably contain water or stuff that they were trading. And this kind of ship was sailing for thousands of years. And in the end, when Indians gave up this technique, it wasn't because of whatever inefficiency it may have had. They gave it up because ultimately these ships were unable to take cannons. So it's only with the Europeans turning up in the Indian Ocean in the end of the 15th and early 16th century with Portuguese that they gave up. And the problem wasn't the cannons of the other guy, but its own cannons. So Indian stitch technique, if you happen to put cannons in these ships, the back blast, the recoil of these cannons would loosen the ropes. And that was something these ships couldn't take. So ultimately these ships, and of course then ultimately by 18th, 19th century, the technology, the new technologies went so far that the stitching technique just couldn't keep up. But what I'm trying to tell you, there must be, and this is something we're trying to discover, some major advantage to the stitching technique, which meant that despite all kinds of other technological changes, we continued with this. Now, as I told you, this technique of stitching together ships is not entirely dead. Along the Indian coast, you still have some ships, or rather boats being built. And they are very small boats, as you can see. These are from the Karnataka coast. They use, crudely maybe, but this rough technique. So it's not completely forgotten, but as you can imagine, it is rapidly disappearing as new fiberglass and metal boats are being put together. So the last generation that will remember how to do this kind of technique is still around, and that's why it was kind of urgent that we try and recreate this as soon as possible. Thank you. Now, what is the aim of the project? The aim of the project is a reconstruction of an ocean-going ship, illustrating this ancient ship. It is to, of course, revive cultural memories of our maritime history, to understand the monsoons and currents that allowed that maritime culture to build a sense of pride on it, and of course to experiment and demonstrate live how these ancient shipping routes were, but very importantly overall, to inculcate a culture of adventure and risk-taking in the next generation. Now, it is important to remember that we are not the first people to do reconstructed ships. These have been done in other places as well. There is, for example, the Sohar, which was done in 1981, which was a reconstruction of an Arab ship, sort of from the Sindbad period. There's the Jewel of Muscat, which is from 2008-9, which is a reconstruction of the 9th century Belitung shipwreck in Indonesia, which the Omanis had done. And there's the Gyptus, which is a 6th century BCE Greek shipwreck. So this is in the Mediterranean. So others have also done reconstructions. There's in the Nordic countries, they have reconstructed the Viking ships and so on. So it's not like we are the first people to ever reconstruct an ancient ship. But this is the first time that an Indian ship using this technique is being done. And what are we going to reconstruct? Well, we are going to try and reconstruct a ship from essentially the 5th century AD. So this 1500 years back, using a stitch technique, inspired by that painting that you saw from Ajanta, and of course from the texts, whatever living traditions are still alive and so on. So what are the materials do we need to build an ancient ship? Now, one important thing to remember, what is the ropes we use to do the stitching? Well, it is a coir ropes that we use, but it's not the coir ropes you buy in the average market. It's generally the same idea, but it is heavily weathered using coconut oil, putting it in salt water back, etc. So repeatedly weathered and then tightened so that it's much stronger than the normal rope, that coir rope that you use. There is coconut fiber, there's needles, of course. Kudrus resin, this is the resin that is used for between the planks and for filling in the holes that you have to build. There is fish oil and lime powder. So much of this kudrus, for example, is diluted into fish oil before it is applied. You can imagine what it smells like after it's done. And then there is red brick paint. I have been told by Babu that fish oil smell goes away after a while. And I really hope he's right, because you know, I'll have to be spending days and nights in this ship. Then we need to make sure that smell goes away. Okay, so how do you build such a ship? Well, the first thing you do is to lay out the keel. Now, very importantly, remember, when you build a stitch ship, the logic is different from building a nailed ship. You see, usually when you build a nailed ship or even a modern steel welded system, you actually build a frame first, and then you nail the parts or you weld the parts, the hull onto it. Here it goes the other way. You actually build the hull, you stitch it together, and then you put a light frame in the inside. So this is important because it allows certain amount of flex in the hull, which is there. So as you can see, it starts with the stern post and the keel and the stem post, and then you begin to tie the frame together. So how do you create these planks of wood which are curved? Remember, they have to be curved to fit along the thing. Well, what you do is essentially you steam them in the steaming chamber to loosen the fibers of the wood. And then while the fibers are still a little loose, you take it out. You have about a minute to put it into the shape you want, and then you let it dry, and then it gets into that shape. It has to be done very precisely, and Babu does it without actually using any measurements. He does it purely by instinct. And let me see if there's a video here to demonstrate it.
This is the steaming chamber. We are picking up the steam, as you can see. These are the planks getting pulled out after being steamed.
And then as I told you, while it is still soft, you have to then put it in shape.
After the steaming, this is the shaping process. As you can see, they have taken this steamed wood, and they have literally minutes before it again kind of dries up and takes shape. So they have to do this shaping as soon as they can. So it's being bent, as you can see, and then weights and other things are used.
So there's no time here for any measurements. It's done by instinct. So I need, and you know, literally, Babu may be the last person who knows how to do this in this kind of way that he's doing it. It's incredible how he does it. And if it goes wrong, then that particular plank is wasted. So, you know, he really has to get it precise. Now, it's not moving on to the next slide. Can somebody move? Somehow this is not working. Can someone help me flip to the next slide, please? This, here. Now what happens is, oops, you have to go back. Yeah. Forward. Yeah. Now, what happens is, now that you've got the planks, you then have to drill these holes along the two planks. And then you have to take this rope, which I told you about, and you stitch it together. Okay? Now, it is not as if you just stitch it together. They create these waddings of coir rope along the length to basically provide both the strength and to provide some padding for for waterproofing. So you can see the holes, the stitching, then the coir fibers are laid out, the wadding is done, and then the stitching is done. And then you can see how the stitching is done, and the gaps between the planks and the holes are then filled with this kudrus resin that I talked about. And the stitching follows and 1-1-X, 1-1-X. So it's not just going back and forth. So it's done in a particular way. And then you can see the frame is then stitched black into the planks. Can you see that? and then you have the horizontal cross beams that are then put in place in order to give it the strengthening of the frame. So you can see first the hull, then the frame is put in place with the cross beams and so on. Very intricate work, very painful work, but this is how it's done. And then the stitching of the holes, the holes are then plugged. Putty is used, coating with fish oil from the inside and the outside. And as I told you, it really stinks. It's tuna oil or sardine oil that is used for this process. As I said, I have been assured that the smell will go away, but we'll see. Now, how does one go about executing a project like this? So, some of you may be aware, I have been writing about maritime history for over a decade. And when I did this research, I of course wrote about the political history, the economic history, but I came across lots of evidence on actually how these ships were built. So I decided that why don't we attempt to build a ship like this? So I began to put some material together. I then began to show it to various people, including the Honorable Prime Minister, and then enough enthusiasm built up to be given a support to do this. As things are, the Ministry of Culture is providing the funding for this project. The Ministry of Defense in the Indian Navy specifically is overseeing it and providing a crew for sailing it. Ministry of External Affairs, obviously we need to go to other countries, so providing the cooperation. And of course, the Ministry of Shipping and DG Shipping for regulatory approvals and other support that we will need in the ports and so on. So it's a real effort across the entire government to do this, and I'm very grateful for the support from all of them. So what is the design? So as I told you, the ship is inspired by this Ajanta painting. That's our starting point. So this is I showed you the painting, but here is a clearer schema of the shipping boat. Obviously, this was an artistic depiction, so we have to stretch it out and make it look, to make it more, sail-worthy. But I want to show you that the original ship had 3 sails, a foresail, and importantly, it does not have a rudder. It has trailing oars. Please notice. So these are important things to remember, that in ancient ships did not have many things that modern sailing ships have. They have a rudder. They will have lantern sails. I can see square sails, and of course the hull itself is stitched together. So these are differences. So just because somebody knows how to sail a modern sailing ship does not mean that they can sail this ship, because it has very different characteristics. So this is the concept design that it actually will look like. You can see the line drawings, and my friend Hemant, who is a naval architect in the Indian Navy, he has helped me put this together. And you can see the line drawings. By the way, Hemant, you need to change the number. The length is no longer 19.6, it's 21, I think, if I'm not mistaken. The breadth, the depth, weight, approximately 51 tons. The crew is 15, but I think now it's about 18. So this slide needs changing. Development line plans, so that you have some feel of how the design works across sections. The rigging plan. Very importantly, what we are attempting to do, we are not going to have 3 but 2 masts, because the ship we are building doesn't have space for 3. So obviously what was originally depicted in the Ajanta painting was a bigger ship than what we are attempting to build. So this has space for 2 and a foresail. Again, notice we are using square sails, no lantern sails. Lantern sails did not exist in the 5th century. And why does it matter? Because you see, lantern sails allow you to sail at an angle to the wind, whereas we will be forced to sail only along with the wind, or maybe small deviation, but by and large with the wind. Now this is important because it tells us a lot about what were the routes that the ancients used on these voyages. This modern lantern sail ships can tack. They can go left, they can go right, they can go left, and then they can go at a significant angle to where the prevailing wind is. These ships were not capable of doing this. And this is important because these kinds of ships doing these long voyages were only possible because of the monsoon winds. The monsoon winds are unique in that they blow in one direction for part of the year and blow in the exact opposite direction the rest of the year. So it allowed you to do something you couldn't do in many other places, which is to go somewhere and come back. I told you about the stitching plan. It goes crisscross in a particular way. Framing plan, so that you know the internal frames with those cross beams. Now, I won't waste your time on it, but if you're interested in this, this presentation very often is made in IITs and engineering schools. So over there, I talk a little bit about the flow dynamics and all that. I'm not going to waste your time on this. But basically, you should know that we are doing what, for the first time, a stitch ship is being taken through the entire process, which would be done for a modern ship. So we are doing the flow dynamics equations, the Navier-Stokes, and all of that. We are also these are fluid dynamics, Navier-Stokes. I'm not going to bother with you with all the drag and all that, but just so that you know that we have actually subjected it to a lot of the modern computation as well, just to get a sense of this. Not easy to do because nobody actually knows for sure what the impact is of having the stitching on the outside when in terms of its drag qualities in water. Because remember, the stitching is also there on the outside. It's not a smooth hull like would be in a modern ship. We have to do all this, some of the things, all the shear stress, etc. Some of this is being done just to be able to get some ideas. A lot of this is theoretical. When we actually sail it, we'll probably find out how this works. Here is the scale model we built for the testing. Scale model again of the stitch ship. By the way, there is there's another version of the scale model in the exhibition outside. The model preparation for testing. This is the towing tank where we are doing it in IIT Madras. This is what it looks like. So all the Kelvin wave patterns, etc. So we are doing something that has never been done, taking a stitch ship, putting it in water, subjecting it. And of course, as I told you, it generates wave patterns and frictions which are quite unique. Not just because of the stitching, but also remember the hull itself is a little flexible. Resistance curves, future course to show. So of course now, the idea is that this ship, and I will show you the more later pictures, the idea is to put this in water probably by late February, early March. Once it's in water and we have fixed all the leaks, etc., then we will probably, incidentally, this ship is currently under construction in Goa, in Diwar Island. So any of you go to Goa, please go to Diwar Island at Hodi Shipyard, where this is being done, and they're very, very happy to show you around. A lot of school kids, college kids go there to see it. There are many delegations from the Navy and shipping and others who have gone to see it. So it's under construction, but then after we put it in water, then we have to put the mast in and other detailing. But just to give you a flavor of the kind of detailing we are putting in. So the question now is, what did the anchors look like of this period? So they didn't have modern anchors. They had stone anchors. So now we have lots of choices of the different kinds of stone anchors. These are the stone anchors which the National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, has helped us look at. The ones that, the long one and the round one are probably the time appropriate anchors. But we have chosen an anchor which is from an earlier period, from an Harappan period, which was the triangular one that we are going to use. So this is a little anachronistic in that we are using a Gupta era ship, but we are going to use a Harappan era anchor. But anyway, we thought we'll take some liberty. So how did that triangular anchor work? So that you know, the round hole at the bottom is where the rope would go through. And then the square holes, the two square holes, there would be wooden wedges going through it with spikes on the two ends. So it didn't quite look like this. The wood has, of course, rotted away. We don't have it. The reason those spikes are important is that when you put that anchor in the water, this is what would get caught in the sand or rocks, etc., and provide the anchoring. And we are going to recreate one of them. As I said, you can go and see the originals in Goa at the National Institute of Oceanography. These anchors, by the way, were found in Dwarka and Bet Dwarka, which were Harappan era ports. Now, hopefully, the idea is to, in early 2025, to put it in. These are obviously pictures I have taken from the Jewel of Muscat, just as a depiction. So our ship will not quite look like this. Then the outfitting, which is putting in all, kitting it out, put in the masts and other things. Then we will have to do sea trials. Now, as I told you, it's all very good to have been a sailor and sailed modern sailing ships. But in fact, this sailing ship has completely different sailing characteristics. So we actually had Captain Saleh of the Jewel of Muscat to come and give us some tips on how ancient ships will work. He's given us some tips. But remember, the ship we are building is different from the Jewel of Muscat. It's from 500 years earlier. So it has certain characteristics which will be different. And anyway, the ancient ships were bespoke ships, so each ship had a slightly different look and feel to it. So we will have to essentially put it in the water and figure out how it works. So that is the idea, hopefully by mid-25, by which time monsoon will come. So we'll have to see how much this ship can take in terms of the monsoonic conditions. Then the idea is to sail these ships eventually on a few voyages. So the very first voyage that we plan to do will be from Mandvi in Gujarat to Muscat and to the Gulf region. This is a 2-3 week crossing. We are hoping to do this time next year. So if everything goes right this time next year, we'll be able to do this. But there are, as I said, fingers crossed, there are many hurdles we still need to put. And remember, the ship isn't still in water. But we have to do it reasonably quickly because do remember these ships begin to deteriorate quite fast after. So once you put it in water, you're pretty much committed to sail it in the next sailing season. And if this voyage works out, then we will get it back to India, clean it up again, and attempt an even longer voyage in the following sailing season, maybe in 26. This will be from Odisha all the way to Bali. This will be in November of Kartik Purnima of 2026. This is the 3-month crossing, recreating a very famous route that is still remembered in Odia folklore called Bali Jatra. Every year in Kartik Purnima, you still celebrate Bali Jatra. And the idea here is to literally recreate it. This is, of course, a 3-month crossing. These are the kinds of wind patterns that we deal with. We are mostly going to, because we are doing outward journeys, we'll be using the winter winds. One winter winds to go out one way and the other way. Just so that you know, it's important to know, since it is a square sail, the point I made to you earlier, this has to sail with the direction of the wind. So for example, when you go to Odisha, to Bali, you do not sail directly across, you can't. The way it will do is use the winter winds to go to actually to Mahabalipuram, which is also an ancient port, then go to Trincomalee in Sri Lanka, then go further south, catch the currents across, not winds, currents across, and then go along. There's 2 routes. One can go from the outside or you can go through the Malacca Straits. We'll have to decide on one of them. I'm showing you this so that you get a sense of the difficulty of this. It's not a matter of just pointing it in the correct direction and sailing. They have to catch the wind and the currents in the correct direction, otherwise you can't do this. So again, all the current directions, wind directions, surface current vectors, all of this, of course, we have much better data on, but only when we are in the water will we get an actual feel of what happens. This is the wave heights. We have to be careful. You know, the Indian Ocean is actually a very rough place. There are frequent storms. November is very, very frequently you get these massive storms. So we just had one in the Bay of Bengal, as you may know, which affected the Andhra coast just 2 weeks ago. So these are things that we need to take into account. So this is how it's looking right now. You can see the hull is shaping up. This is what the ship looks like as of 2 weeks ago. It has progressed further from here. You can see it's beginning to now reach the deck height. Once this is done, we will begin to put the decking and create the spaces for putting the masts up. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you found this interesting. Should we have time for 1 or 2 questions and then, yeah? Can we do that, Secretary Saab? Yeah, okay. Any questions? Yeah, there is a gentleman there with a question. हाँ आ रही है एक वो भी मिलेगा आपको
With your permission, may I speak in Hindi? Ji.
बताइए
Sanil sir, I did my master's in history from Delhi University, South Campus, and I can never tell you how fascinated I am by all this. It really fills me with immense pride to see that we're trying to do something like this again. So that's all I want to add. The question is, I'm sure you're planning a lot of those things, पर कुछ चीज़ें होंगी जो शायद आप करना चाह रहे होगे पर शायद कोई एक आधी छूट गई हो. इसके साथ साथ, let's say if this succeeds, what's next? Or what's the next thing that you probably think that next generation should be able to focus on if this succeeds?
Well, it obviously depends. These kinds of projects require a lot of support from different ministries, and I told you this has needed the support of culture, shipping, MEA, Indian Navy, and a whole bunch of people. If this succeeds and there is still enthusiasm, they're not very expensive to do these things. This ship will cost us, I don't know, about 10, 12 crores at most, and then the cost of sailing them. So it's not hugely expensive projects, but they do need money, but very importantly need a lot of support from and coordination. We can do a few of them every few years, so let this one go. My own dream would be to try and recreate some of the ships of Kanoji Angre from the Maratha period. So I actually do have in my mind, roughly speaking, how a design of a Gharaib or a Galbat from that period. So I don't want to load people with too many expectations because we haven't even sailed this one. But should this one work, my next project would be to try and rebuild one of those. Also, we can try and recreate some of our river boats. For example, we have, there is a chip boat which was used in the Bengal, the Ganga Delta. That has been recreated already, which is it's been built, it will be moved to Lothal soon. I here have Professor Shinde, where is he? He's behind somewhere. Okay, so he is looking after Lothal Museum, and he has already recreated a chip ship. We can probably do some of the Assamese ships that were used in the battle of battles by Lasit Borphukon on the Brahmaputra against the Mughals. So we could maybe recreate those. So there's an infinite number of things you can do. But as I said, we have attempted perhaps the most difficult one and the oldest one first, for which we have evidence. And hopefully it will work. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, there's a question here from a gentleman, and that'll have to be the last question, because I think I've exceeded my time already. Yeah, piche. कोई बात नहीं ऐसे ही बताइए
हेलो
हाँ
हेलो नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन सर आपका बहुत ही अच्छा लेक्चर हुआ एडिंग टू सम वाटर प्रूफिंग टेक्निक्स आई फाउंड इन मोडी डॉक्यूमेंट्स इन Maratha period.
Put it further to your mouth. So what is the question?
No, I'm not question. Adding to your presentation, during the Maratha period, the traditional boat building using what type of material to waterproofing?
So one important thing I like to tell you is that the Maratha period is over 1,000 years after this period. So please do not compare the two. They are completely different traditions. The Maratha period ships were already using European nail techniques. So the Gulbert and the Angres ships are completely different from this. There are no correlation to it, and so therefore we should not compare the technologies at all.
But I found some similar techniques of the waterproofing that time. So cotton को जला के उसका जो मटेरियल मिलता था उसमें adding to algae oil and moam, that mixture for using from waterproofing that time.
Yeah. So there were techniques, but that technique belongs to that period. So I do not want to use techniques that were from a different period for the period I'm looking at. I'm looking at the Gupta period, and the evidence is that this was the way it was done using kudrus. And remember one important thing, we are using woods and other materials exclusively from what was available in the Western Ghats and are native to Western Ghats, because that is the only material they had. By the time of you're talking about, there are many things, technologies have changed, many materials are available from other parts of the world because the Europeans were shifting around. So in order to be clear, an ancient ship is not just an ancient ship. It is an ancient ship from a particular period, and you have to be true to that period. For example, there is no glass in this period, so there cannot be any lanterns. Whereas by the time of the Maratha period, you can use glass. So you have to be very careful that do not confuse different things from different periods. They are completely different technologies, and you have to go with the logic of that technology of that period. For example, there will be lantern sails in the Maratha period. We will not use lantern sails. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure. And if any of you are in Goa at all, then do visit Diwar Island, the Hodi shipyard, and they will be very happy to show you around. Thank you.
So friends, I think India has a great tradition of knowledge system, and this is one knowledge which is there for last 5,000 years. And I'm happy that some of our colleagues are working to recreate this knowledge system, and they're keeping this knowledge system alive. So on behalf of IPRCL, on behalf of the ministry, I thank Sanjeevji for this excellent presentation, and hope we will remember all this in our coming days. Also, those people who are responsible to keep alive the shipbuilding activities in the country. So we have invited some shipbuilders, and we will request Sanjeev Sanyal to felicitate them. One of them is working actually on the project which Sanjeevji is doing. And also we have one craftsman who makes stone beads, exactly the replica of the Harappan beads. And he is using the same technique as the Harappans use for making these beads. So we are felicitating him also, Anwar his name. So I now hand over this mic to Aniket, who will coordinate the function further.
Thank you, Shinde sir. Thank you, Sanjay Sanyal sir. It was a great session today, having you in the morning. Further, as mentioned by Vasant Shinde sir, I would like to invite Mr. Babu Shankaranji on stage. And we take this opportunity to honor his contribution in the state ships. Mr. Babu Shankaran is basically from Kozhikode, involved in shipbuilding since 1979. He has been associated with various projects in Oman, such as Sinbad project of Oman, Jewel of Muscat, that sailed from Oman to Singapore. So, sir, we are honored to have you here on the stage, sir. A big round of applause for Mr. Babu Shankaran. Further, I also invite our traditional shipbuilders from Mandvi, Mr. Ibrahim Ismail and his colleague Mr. Ismail Mistry on stage. We have seen their ships in the films like Kranti and movies like Ram Balram. These were designed by these honorable shipbuilders from Mandvi. So we are glad to have you on stage. They are generational shipbuilders specialized in cargo boats and fishing boats. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contribution to the shipbuilding of the nation. Further, I also like to invite Mr. Anwar Hussain, who is from Kambat. Mr. Anwar Hussain is here. Yes. So he is again one of the traditional bead maker who has kept the legacy on, the ancient legacy of bead making with the stones using traditional tools. Thank you, Mr. Anwarji. We are glad to have you here. Yesterday, all the bead necklaces which we offered to the honorable dignitaries were made by Mr. Anwar himself. We are very proud today to have the legacy on stage. It's honor to have all of you, sir, on the first conclave of India Maritime Heritage. We are looking forward to collaborate with you, and I hope it would be a great learning from your side. Thank you everyone on stage here. I once again thank you, Sanjeev Sanyal, sir. A big round of applause for the Sanjeev Sanyal, sir. And as we continue to our sessions for the day today, we will have a session on evolution of Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard upcoming in the plenary hall. And we will be having a session of So we will have upcoming session on evolution of Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard in the plenary hall in the presence of Honorable DG from DK Joshi, sir, from Lieutenant General from Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And we have another session, a parallel session that would be running on trade and cultural relations between India, Southeast Asia and beyond in the session hall just behind the stage. Thank you everyone. for the day 2 of the conclave, sir. Sir, glad you are here for the session, especially for discussing about the evolution of Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard. Thank you for coming, sir. And now I request the panel coordinator to take over for the further discussions, please. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Aniket. A very good morning to all of you. We are very privileged today to have in our midst the former Chief of Naval Staff and the present Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar, Admiral D.K. Joshi. He's kindly consented to be on this panel and to guide us as we discuss about the evolution of Indian Navy and Coast Guard and how we plan to depict this evolution in the Iron and ICG Gallery at NMHC Lothal. We also have with us Commodore M. Durai Babu, who is Additional Director, Maritime History Society, and a naval historian with one book to his credit, the decadal book on Indian Navy from 2011 to 2021. We have DIG Paritosh Pathak. He is the Director, Policy and Plans at Coast Guard Headquarters. He's been assisting in the curation of the Naval and Coast Guard Gallery at NMHC Lothal as one of his responsibilities amongst many that he discharges at CGHQ. And we also have a young researcher in history and an author, apart from being a banker, Mr. Venkatesh Rangan. He's written three books to his credit, but his most recent one on Bharat's military expeditions, which talks about 24 expeditions of Indian kings abroad, thereby, giving a death knell to the myth that the Indians never ventured abroad militarily. And 11 of those, interestingly, happen to be maritime expeditions. So we have him here, and he will be talking about our heritage as far as navies were concerned. Now, without any further ado, may I request Admiral Joshi sir to kindly open and give his opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The very few of you who are actually there in a very large hall. I think a better venue could have been perhaps a much smaller room. But notwithstanding, we have a eminent panel. Three of them, as you see, are uniformed personnel. I am, of course, I shed my uniform a while ago. And Mr. Rangan, whom I just met, apart from being an author and a historian, is also a banker, a very, curious combination, if I might, and he'll, I'm sure, explain as to how does he find time to be a maritime historian in the midst of authoring books and banking. So without any further ado, I would request Commodore Khanna to kindly, conduct the proceedings. And at the end of it, if from the audience, if there are any questions and all that, I'm sure the panel would welcome those. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those kind words. And I'll set the ball rolling by first asking Venkatesh. That Venkatesh, we've been talking about India having a rich maritime heritage which largely centered around trade, around social connect, around exchange of ideas. But you postulate a very new hypothesis that the Indians actually ventured, and we were aware of Cholas, we were aware of the fact that the Marathas ventured into the sea. But you postulate a very new hypothesis wherein you talk about Indians going out militarily over different ages. And could you first talk to us about which were these dynasties that had sea-mindedness, who understood the idea about sovereignty at sea, or who understood that they needed to protect their interests at sea? just the way Indian Navy does today. And what did they do to, protect these interests? Did they have some navies or not? So could you kindly throw some light over that?
Hello. Uh, Thank you, Commodore. I think, firstly, thanks for opening this, and I also thank DK Joshi ji for his opening remarks. So you're right. I think when we talk of maritime heritage, a lot of focus is on trade, commerce, ideas. But a very crucial element of our Indian maritime heritage is our military maritime heritage. And I'm explicitly speaking of military maritime heritage as separate from the other aspects of trade, commerce, and ideas, right? And before I get into dynasties, I would like to say that there are tons, or in fact, a mountain of foreign literary and epigraphic evidences and Indian literary and epigraphic evidences which talk of military maritime operations in distant shores. To give you a very small example, Basra is a city in Iraq, very famous city in Iraq. And historically, Basra has been one of the, I would say, very significant centers in the Middle East. Now, there's a 9th century text called Tariq al-Rasul wa Muluk, written by Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabari. In this text, post the Battle of Qasidia, it says that the city of Basra was built. The origin of the city of Basra was to provide a refuge for the retreating Arab soldiers against two navies, okay? Bahariya, or as I say, Amar ul-Uman, the navy of Oman, and the navy of Shahanshah al-Hind, the king of India. So imagine in Basra city had to be built as per this Arabic text, 9th century Arabic text. There's no connection of the author with anything to do with India. He explicitly says the king of Hind. It's a state-sponsored military activity in the head of the Persian Gulf, right? So there are tons of evidence like this. 5 years earlier in 632, they say Al-Ubula, which is the Farj al-Hind, was under attack by the Bedouins on land and the navy of Hind on sea. So I think I won't give, there's a lot of evidences like that. But going back to the question of how do our dynasties perceive both maritime consciousness and the need for a separate military maritime force and the objectives on that. So you can see multiple dynasties had their own military navy, or had their own military maritime force, and also had their maritime consciousness. To give you an example, in the Mauryan age, we have a very famous and oft-quoted example of Megasthenes from the Indica, who says that a Mauryan military had a war board, administrative board of 30 members, divided into 6 sub-boards, each having 5 members. One of the boards was an admiralty, so it had a navy. So the concept that you needed a maritime force under a military administration was well known there. Arthashastra has very detailed, I would say clauses or detailed kind of descriptions of administration of a navy. Very interestingly, we have an enduring legend related to the Mauryan navy which survived for about 1,200 years. A text called the Bodhisattvadana Kalpalata in the 11th century, and later Rala Pan, which is a Tibetan text of Tarnata, says that a group of merchants during the time of Ashoka went to Ashoka and said that when we are voyaging across the Samudra or the sea, we were attacked by Nagas of a Dvipa and our entire goods were looted. Please protect us. So then Ashoka sends his naval force and brings these Nagas as prisoners back to the subcontinent. So that's a legend and myth, but it shows that there was that echo that you needed a maritime force of protection of trade, right? Now, when we come to the Guptas, in the Prayag Prashasti, which is an inscription in the Prayag pillar inscription, in line 23-24, there's a very clear mention of treaty relations established by Samudragupta with the Sarvadvipa Vasin or the islanders. And one of the treaty conditions is Svavishya Bhukti Shasana Yachana. Okay, so to rule my territory, I'm doing a yachan to rule my territory with the Garuda Madanka, with the Garuda seal. So it is like a protection, we call net security providers, right? So protection for that territory. There are other conditions like Atmani Vedana, etc., but I won't dwell too much into it. So the concept that a maritime domain also needed some exercise of sovereign rights, whether it be for the influence, from the concept of what is called the Chakravarti Kshetra, or for let's say, protection of trade was there. Post that Chalukyas, I've talked about
the Arabic reference to Basra, the dominant maritime power during that period was actually Chalukyas of Vatapi. And the Aihole inscription has a lot of maritime references, including a naval campaign to Puri. So what I'm trying to say is that Chalukyas also had their own segregated military navy. Pallavas, we have at least 2 explicit mention of Pallava naval expeditions. One by Narasimhavarma Pallava, 2 expeditions to Sri Lanka, which was a regime change operation. One which Nilakanta Shastri, an inscription from Takuapa in Thailand, which Nilakanta Shastri had interpreted over half a century ago, which talks about a military commander called Nangur Udayan, which was from the coastal district of Nangur in Tamil Nadu, who was a Pallava commander, who dedicated a tank to Avani Naranam, or Avani Narayan, who was the Pallava ruler called Nandivarman III. So here we have a Pallava military expedition to Takuapa, Thailand, a military cantonment by this Nangur Udayan, with a trade guild called Manigramam, which used to do the civilian administration. Then the Cholas, we are well aware there's a separate session on the Cholas. I won't dwell much into it. We have 9 military operations of Cholas all across the Indo-Pacific, written in their inscriptions. Obviously, not just from the later Cholas, but even the earliest Sangam period, over 2,000 years back. The Cheras, Pandyas, Cholas, there are several kind of, I would say, maritime voyages mentioned. For Chenguttu and Cheran, there's a mention that he fought the Yavans in the sea. So that is also a reference out there. Coming to the Vijayanagar period, post the 12th century, there was an eclipse or a decline of the naval power in the subcontinent. So by the time of the Vijayanagar Empire, the influence of the Indian, both merchant guilds had virtually, declined to a great extent. And in fact, earlier the Perso-Arabic commercial networks, and later the Europeans came and dominated the oceans around us. Even then, in the Vijayanagar period, you have one reference by Varthima in 1504 about a war with Tenasserim in Burma. And you have an inscription of Devaraya II of an expedition to Sri Lanka. Post that, we find a revival of naval tradition with Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, which is well known. That was a navy of resistance. So that we will not, let's say, pay a kartas or a permit to a foreign power. We'll have our own ducks. So that was a concept of sovereignty which was declared in territorial waters. So you can see that if you look at the evolution of the navy, you had that concept of a separate consciousness of a military going right back to the Mauryan age, evolving to a maritime philosophy via the Gupta age, looking at trade as a strategic asset which needed protection in the Pallava and Chola Empire, then evolving into a navy of resistance and having a sovereignty over territorial waters in the Maratha Empire. So I would say that is exactly the evolution.
So thank you, Venkatesh. That was it appears that we had a great scope and understanding of modern naval operations, even in those points in time, because you seem to be referring to certain things that we talk in modern navies today. We talk about the 1,000-ship navies. We talk about multilateral collaboration at sea. We talk about the fact that you need to have diplomacy backing up your military operations. You've been talking about regime change. You just mentioned that. You talked about anti-piracy. I just want to know that in case we could draw some kind of parallels, could you talk about certain specific operations which depict that the navies of that time understood the concepts that we attribute to modern navies today? In fact, most of them are attributed to the US Navy because they seem to be coming up with a lot of these concepts. But from your book, it appears that our Indic navies were aware of these concepts and were actually applying them at sea. So could you talk about at least a few of those?
Sure. So I'll give you an example of, let's say, the Tanjavur inscription of 1030 CE, which talks about Rajendra Chola's great expedition to Southeast Asia. And some of the unique concepts which are there in that. So I won't go too much in detail, but there are 13 locations mentioned. And these are across 8 Asian countries, okay? Now, if you look at the locations, you'll see a pairing of locations in terms of the attack, okay? So, what are the pairings? There are 3 types of pairings. A, Manakavaram, Nakavaram, and Ilamuri Desam. Nakavaram is Nicobar, Ilamuri Desam is Banda Asage. Now, which is the important waterway which goes to the 6-degree channel? Second, you have Malayur, which is Jambi in Sumatra, paired with Ilangashoka, Perak in western Malaysia, which is a waterway which goes to the Malacca Straits. You have Merilimangam and Talai Kolam, important Isthmus of Kra, the narrowest point of Malay Peninsula, important for East-West trade. today strategically discussed, especially with the great Thai canal, which there are debates on that. But we are coming to the concept of choke points. Okay, so there are these thin the waterways, and you know this today it's often talked, which because of the geographical location can be obstructed to put pressure from a leverage point of view. So the Chola Tanjavur inscription talks the ultimate climax is at Kadaram, which is Kedah, but it talks by first blocking these choke points, controlling the trade routes, and then causing the attack. Second point is in terms of, let's say, the strategy used, right? If you look at the locations, 3 are in Sumatra, 4 south of Kadaram, the capital in Kedah, and 4 north of Kadaram in southern Thailand. So we are talking about a pincer strategy which is going in, okay? And the explicit, the inscription talks of Kadaram having the sea as a moat. So obviously it means that there would have been some kind of blockade. Otherwise there would have been, kind of an exfiltration or a, so you have that pincer strategy being talked. Thirdly, diversionist tactics. Along these 13 locations, 3 locations, one of them is in Valaipundur, which is in Vietnam, the South Chinese coast. The other one is basically Mpapalam, which is in Gulf of Martaban, Burma. So they had diversionary tactics because the allies of the Shailendras, who were the adversary, had to be diverted from their force mobilization. So you have these tactical kind of aspects which are kind of put in a Chola thing. And obviously, as you rightly said, other concepts like anti-piracy. I talked about the Mauryan, legend from Bodhisattva. It's nothing but an anti-piracy operation. If you look at inscriptions of, let's say, the Barus inscription, which talks about Nakara Senapati, okay, or the Pallava inscription I talked about, which again talks on Nangurudian. Obviously, if you had military cantonments, you needed some kind of fleet to go there. Mission-based deployments, which we actually, talk about today. I spoke about the Chalukya kind of, Persian Gulf thing, right? That area was called Arde-Hind, because there's a mercantile community there. So diaspora protection. And we are talking about a time when there was a war between the Sassanians and the emerging Caliphate. Conflict situation in diaspora. So a lot of these concepts may have different terminologies then, but have evolved right now.
So thanks. I mean, so therefore, it's quite clear now that these concepts which appear to be modern to us were being practiced by Indians much before their time, much before most of the world understood how power could be projected at sea, how your areas of interest could be controlled and could be exploited, utilized to your own ends. And thereafter we see the modern Indian Navy taking shape first as the Royal Indian Navy, or before that the Bombay Marine, which was set up by the British. So Dorai, if I could ask you, how do you see this when the Europeans came in and thereafter the modern Indian Navy started taking shape? Do you think that this was purely a European or an English concept, or were they were able to harness the soft power that we had in terms of manpower or in terms of shipbuilding techniques, and how did it assist in building a navy that we see today?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. And if you tell the foundations of the modern Indian Navy, we can go back to the first, the whole concept of the NMHC goes back because of our seafaring prowess. And the first boat which went out with some goods or people on it required protection, and therefore security came in. Having said that, we've heard Mr. Rangan speak eloquently of our dynastic navies, going back to the earliest periods, where we've had a security force for whatever we were doing at sea. The Europeans coming in, let's start with probably Vasco da Gama in the 1498 when he walked in. And for about 100 plus years, 200 years, the Portuguese had a run. And why did they come here? They came here because of our having recognized the seafaring capability that we have had. They said, if they can do it, we can do it. And once he had come, it was a marketplace. The first Europeans who came here were all capitalists of today. So they came in here. So if you take the roots of the Indian Navy, modern Indian Navy, we can go back to 5,000 years probably. But if you tell the foundation of the modern Indian Navy, we can talk of the British setting it up. So the British, when they came in 1600 with the East India Company, and probably 1612, their battle with the Portuguese at the Battle of Swally was their first time that they recognized that they needed a secure force if they needed to survive in India with other competing European forces. So 1612 was the Battle of Swally, and thereafter they set up the Bombay Marine in probably 1686, which was their first security force on the maritime side. That went through multiple changes. In 1830, they became the Indian Navy under a decree by Prince Charles. Then again, 1863, they changed back into Bombay Marine. 1877, once they shifted to the Crown, Her Majesty's Indian Marine. So like this, they went through nomenclature and probably change of ownership between the East India Company and the Crown. However, the force remained. And 1934, that was probably just before independence, they were the Royal Indian Navy. And 47, even after independence, we were the Royal Indian Navy. And with India becoming a republic in 1950, 26 Jan, we dropped the prefix of the Royal and became the Indian Navy. So that would probably give you the chronology of modern Indian Navy, but to say so that we are a colonial product would be a far reach. We stretch much further back, as we've just seen, sir.
So great, but you know, the Royal Indian Navy did play a very important role in the World War, especially the Second World War. And one of the major, you know, if you could talk about one of something that happened very soon after the war, was the then called mutiny and now what we call the Royal Indian Navy uprising. It's a story that not many people are aware of. But Dorai, could you tell us how did this uprising come into play shortly, and what effect did it have as far as India that we know of today? What was the effect of that Royal Indian uprising, Indian Navy uprising?
Absolutely one of my favorite topics. So yes, as I said, the world wars, they were fought. The men in the Royal Indian Navy were, of course, all Indians. In the First World War, were definitely all Indians. We had no officers at that time. World War II, we had some of our officers at the younger ages, where we would have been lieutenants, lieutenant commanders in World War II. Now, World War II, if you take, Britain's involvement grew very suddenly, or the naval thing grew suddenly. So from probably about 20,000 strong Navy, they had to rack up to about 65,000 strong Navy. And for this, they had to hire a lot of people. So while hiring them, a lot of false promises were made. To an average Indian at that time, mostly uneducated, they promised the moon. And once he got in, once the World War was over, they had to be de-inducted. Now the de-induction became the sore process. They simply removed these sailors without having kept the promises that they gave when they had taken them on. So a lot of resentment had come. That plus the INA trials, the Indian National Army trials, where there was a national fervor. So connecting all this, the treatment by the British officers to the Indian men was never proper, never humanitarian. Their food was bad, their living conditions were bad, their pay was bad. 1946, February, this sparked off. There is one unit, HMIS Talwar at that time, which is present-day Bombay, where a strike started. We call it mutiny, we call it uprising, but the initial movement was a strike, where the sailors, because of bad food and abusive language used by the British officers, said, we will not go to parade today. They just did a strike. They formed a small strike committee. They said, these are our demands, simple demands, good food, good treatment. We want the promises when you took us on to be kept. HMIS Talwar happened to be a signal base. So the word went out suddenly. I mean, in those days when no mobile phones, not much technology, in a matter of 3 days, this strike became a mutiny spreading to almost 20,000 sailors at that time, 30 to 70 odd units which were there as far as Aden. You know, I'll ask a simple question to the audience. We all know Jallianwala Bagh, and we all know Indians were shot there by the British and probably by our own people who were constables. How many people died? 378. In this mutiny, the Royal Indian Navy mutiny, more than 400 citizens died, but the story is never told. Even in Bombay, the story is so less known. This uprising shook the British that they had to convene an emergency parliamentary session. Clement Attlee said, if we lose control over the defense forces in India, we will not be giving them freedom, we will be kicked out. 1948 was when we were supposed to get independence as per an agreement, sometime in July. Mountbatten was said, speed up the process. So 1946 led to independence in 1947 August. It sped up the independence, and it's now rightfully so-called the last war of independence, because after 46 we got our independence. Today, the fallout of it in the main Indian Navy is we treat our sailors and the officers as one. We are taken care of.
So
It
great.
wasn't so that.
This is great. Last war of independence, and how the Indians in the Indian Navy, the Royal Indian Navy at that time, kick-started a process that we all enjoy today. And as we move on further, quickly, Dorai, I would like you to speak about 3 major operations that the Indian Navy undertook right after independence, that is Exercise Peace, the 1961 operations in Goa, and the 1971 operations that resulted in the creation of a new state of Bangladesh. So quickly, if you could take us down as to how were these operations undertaken, and what was the strategic process in which the Indian Navy grew to take on the specific operations 1971, where we had, you know, complete jointmanship with Indian Army and Indian Air Force as well.
Sir, 1947, got our independence. The government at that time was consolidating all the states to become one unified India, princely states. So the Nawab of Jamnagar decided he will accede to Pakistan. So without going into the details, he did sign an accession with Pakistan, whereas his citizens, majority of them Hindus, wanted to stay with India. And then the government moved into action and they sent the military in. A few months, so this is 47 August, we were independent. There was a division of the military forces. 2/3 came to India, 1/3 went to Pakistan. And with the 2/3, which was no great numbers at that time, a bunch of sloops and motor launches and amphibious boats, we launched Exercise Peace, probably the first amphibious operations of independent India, where we carried the military and made landings on Junagadh that time, a part of the Kathiawar state, where the Nawab was there. And as soon as he saw the forces coming from sea, the ships breaking off any access for Pakistani ships to come here, and the land forces landing, the Nawab fled. He took a aircraft, he took his jewels, he took his money, and he fled. So that was the first operation in 1947, Exercise Peace. Again, less talked of, but very important as a joint amphibious operation. The next time the Indian Navy saw action was in 1961, the liberation of Goa. And this was the first time the Indian Navy fired in anger. I mean, we were having warships, but when you fire in anger, it's a different way of thought. So Goa was simmering right from independence with the Portuguese blowing hot, blowing cold, we will leave, we will not leave. So in 61, the talks were failing, and they triggered by attacking merchant ships which were passing by near to Goa. The government again launched the offensive. We had the army coming in, and 1961 is your first tri-service joint operation. The army coming in from land, the Air Force flying over the airfield and bombing it, and the Navy closing off the sea access. And we had a naval battle there. They had a frigate, Afonso de Albuquerque, named after, very ironically named after the first governor who had set up the Portuguese settlements in India. And we asked them to surrender, they didn't. So they were attacked and the ship was burnt, destroyed completely. And after that, the Portuguese surrendered. And this was in a matter of 2 days. Just 2 days, 48 hours from Operation Vijay being launched and the signing of the surrender by the Portuguese. Swift action, decisive action. And then we come to 71. We had a war in 65 where the Navy was not allowed to go beyond a certain line and get into action by the government. And one of the admirals, Admiral Nanda, at that time a rear admiral, said, if I ever get a chance again, I'll build the biggest bonfire in Karachi. He got his chance in 71. More or less, we know the story of why we went in. But the Navy moved in, and one major operation was Operation Trident, where we attacked the stronghold of Pakistan by launching directly at Karachi. Something which they did not expect. And true to his word, Admiral Randa, who was the chief then, built the biggest bonfire. So when we set fire to the KMRE oil tanks, it is said on that night, 60 nautical miles away into the sea, you could see the flame. It was that big a fire. And the Navy had come into its own with that operation. We till today, we celebrate that attack, the day of the attack, as the Navy Day. 4th of December, we just had it recently. So these were some operations which then showed India needs a strong maritime power. If we were to grow in the maritime domain, we need to protect. It's not just simple to say if that we want peace. For getting peace, we should have the capability to wreak much violence. That is deterrence, which is what the Indian Navy does.
Great. So, from ending colonialism in India to creation of a new state of Bangladesh, Indian Navy was doing it all. And then we see creation of a new maritime force in India, that is the Indian Coast Guard. So may I ask DIG Paritosh Pathak, Paritosh, if you could just throw a light on what were the triggers of creation of this new force in India? What were the roles and missions that were envisaged for this particular force? Could you just throw some light on that?
Thank you, Commodore Ashish. Firstly, when you go to history, the Rushi Modi Center of Excellence at Jamshedpur very briefly brings out then when Tatars left Persia, now Iran, in 18th century and landed at the coast of Gujarat. It has been noted by historians that it was written that it was Coast Guard that stopped them from coming ashore. It was only after the king intervened and they were allowed. So that is probably only one of the references when we talk of history of Coast Guard, which we see before independence that there was something which existed at Coast Guard. But being a maritime force, Navy was the first to acknowledge that there was a requirement of Coast Guard, and that is primarily at the fag end of 19 60s, when the smuggling was on its high, to such an extent that it was almost running a parallel economy. And Navy had been telling to the government of India that to ensure that the economical interest of India are maintained, so that there is an agency which undertakes law enforcement at sea, so that Navy can focus on the issues of defense of the nation. And what was happening internationally, we see the very interesting fact is by the end of 60s, in 1970, Pakistan had their first major democratic election, and India in 1970 and early had the elections. And the unrest which was there on the West Pakistan and East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, it required Navy to more focus on the defense and be ready. And that is why they were always requesting the government to have an organization so that they can focus towards the defense. And it was in 1970s that first time that government thought of the requirement was a necessary, and Nag committee under Dr. B.D. Nag, who was then the scientific advisor to MOD, was established. This was the first time that an apex committee was established to look into that if actually there was a requirement of a separate maritime force for law enforcement. The recommendations of the Nag committee was eventually given in 1971, just 4 months before the 1971 war in December. And the recommendation was very specific, though they did not recommend to have a organization named Coast Guard. They told that there was a requirement for the customs to be more empowered. There was a requirement to have specialized ships and aircraft, and there was a requirement to have a dedicated maritime agency. Subsequently, as per the recommendation of the Nag committee, a new force was created which was known as Customs Maritime Organization. Again, this organization was established. They had around 20 Norwegian fast boats, and also they had few of the dhows that had been apprehended during smuggling that were used as auxiliary ships. But again, the limitations of this organization was that it was only close to the coast. There was no capability which was given to this organization which could ensure that the exclusive economic zone which was being proposed as per UNCLOS 1972, the capability to go to sea was not there in the Customs Maritime Organization. And therefore, subsequently in 1974, there was again a specialized committee which was established by the Cabinet Secretary, and Shri K.M. Rustamji, he was the chairperson of that committee, along with then Vice Chief of Naval Staff, who headed that committee. And it was then decided that there was a requirement to have a specialized force. The committee was very, very exhaustive in its deliberations. We see when we go into the report of Rustamji committee report, we see the committee had carried out its observation in 3 specific parts. Part 1 was dealing with the smuggling issues which had not been addressed by establishment of an organization which was Customs Maritime Organization. And the second report was to analyze what was the recommendation of the Nag committee itself. And after this, they went on to the part C, which was the third part of the report, and which not only they focused on the aspects of smuggling, they focused on the overall aspects, what was happening in the world around. The United Nations Conventions on the Laws of the Sea 1972, which had already finalized the maritime zones for nations, which included your territorial seas, contiguous zones, and most importantly, the exclusive economic zone till 200 nautical miles. So within no time, India had been given an area of 200 nautical miles with resources. So this committee was very, very specific, the Rustamji committee, and the then Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Chief Kamath, they then proposed that it was high time and India must have a independent organization, a law enforcement organization which should be able to take care of the law enforcement within the maritime zones. And accordingly, as we know, in 1977, interim Coast Guard was established with Vice Admiral Kamath as then officer on special duty, and subsequently in 1978, after the Parliament passed the Coast Guard Act of 1978, he took over as the Director General of Indian Coast Guard. And that is how Coast Guard finally initially came into being, and the story has then been evolved to what we are now.
So great. I mean, this shows the foresight of the nation in understanding how important it was to protect our maritime interests and therefore buffer it up with two forces. One, to look at trade protection, your ability to project power in the blue waters, and another force which could ensure that regulations could be controlled, a force that could police your own waters. And if I speak about three of your major charters of the Coast Guard, one of them obviously is the EEZ protection, the second one is search and rescue, and the third one is also pollution control, which is a very, very important charter as we see today with climate change and sustainability initiatives that we need to undertake. I think for the blue economy, this is another very important charter. So quickly, could you take us through at least one operation or one action taken to impact these particular charters that you have?
When we talk of charter, I would say very few acts would be as clear as it has been mentioned in the Coast Guard Act 1978, which says the duties of the Coast Guard is to ensure, it reads as, it shall be the duty of Coast Guard to ensure as deemed fit. That means they have given you powers to take action and perform duties so as to maintain and ensure that national and the territorial integrity within the maritime zones is maintained. So that act was very, very clear. It specifies the duties and functions of Coast Guard. And when we talk of the operations of Coast Guard, the operations of Coast Guard is a very, very peculiar thing. They are continuous. They go round the clock. We go for a mission. And the second thing is they are very, very concurrent. We may go for a pollution response, but the requirement of a search and rescue for the same vessel may also exist. So the operations are continuous, they are concurrent, and they are coordinated. When I say coordinated, it has to be int-based, SEER coordination, and it has to be coordinated by the units on scene. A very peculiar and a very important operation was that of MV Olentra Rainbow. Why this operation was important, because it was the first time it got Coast Guard to be known around the world. We had been in existence since 1978, and almost in 1999, though we had undertaken a number of operations with respect to smuggling and had seized crores of silver, gold, and electronics. But this specific operation was very important because in the 20th century, it is primarily one of the anti-piracy operations which was successfully conducted. It was a Japanese flag vessel which was taken over by an Indonesian crew. The name was changed to Megarama, and the vessel sailed all from through the Malacca state, through the Indonesian waters, and was heading to the west coast of India with 15 pirates. Initially, the Coast Guard was successful. to apprehend the vessel along with the pirates and is seen as one of the successful anti-piracy operations where the vessel along with the pirates were apprehended by India. What happened because of this is the established Coast Guard of the world, the US Coast Guard, the Japan Coast Guard, they wanted to collaborate with the Indian Coast Guard and have an MOU with them. And that had placed, and that was the first step to have an MOU with the foreign Coast Guard. There have been other operations when I talk in terms of pollution response. The fire on board motor tanker MARiTiME of the southeast of Sri Lanka with metrics of tons of crude oil. Though sitting here, we may not be able to apprehend the devastating nature it can have or impact it can have on the coastal regions and the economy had the vessel or had Coast Guard not undertaken measures to ensure that the fire was doused in a timely manner. It took almost 5 days, 6 ships, and dozens of sorties by Dornier aircraft to successfully douse the fire. Why only MARiTiME? The recent case of Maersk Frankfurt of the coast of New Mangalore, and this year, the ship was known to be carrying dangerous cargo. The operation, which lasted almost for 11 days with more than 5 ships and dozens of air sorties, we were again successful in dousing the fire. So the operations that we conduct, it is primarily with respect to security, it is with respect to pollution response, to ensure that the environment is preserved, and of course, the security, the maritime security and the coastal security is maintained at all times. Thank you.
So thank you so much. That itself gives you a basic understanding of how do the Indian Navy and Coast Guard operate. We've spoken about some operations that both of these forces have done, and one key takeaway that we need to bring out here is that war or no war, our ability to keep our areas of interest under continuous surveillance and remain poised to take action as and when a situation is developing before it becomes too big to handle is something that both these forces are very capable of. Possibly that is what we have been trying to show in our museum as well.
Sir, I think that last thing what you said show in the museum, I'm sure the audience is sort of wondering, why are we talking all about Navy, Coast Guard and dynastic navies and all that, and what's it got to do with NMHC? If I could request you, could you just tell the audience, okay, what is Maritime History Society and what it is doing and how you conceptualized this gallery where all these stories that we have talked of in the last 45 minutes are being displayed and how? Could you take on, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Durai. Actually, the Maritime History Society is more than 45 years old. It was set up by the Western Naval Command to ensure that we are able to spread maritime consciousness in a country like India, which is largely continental in its mindset. Most of our history, the way it has been taught to us is that people invaded us from north. But what we tend to forget is that we actually lost our freedom when people came through the seas. When we lost control over the seas is when we lost our freedom. So Maritime History Society has been engaged in this pursuit of enhancing maritime consciousness in our own populace. And I was extremely fortunate that this project of curating the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard Gallery was given to the Maritime History Society. When we got this project, at that point in time, this was a gallery which had just 1 floor. Today, when we see it, it is spread over 3 floors. And one of the key takeaways, one of the discussions that we were having, and Mr. Anjani Kumar, who's the advisor to Bihar Museum, was speaking about the fact that museums normally do not allow you to touch their objects.
So it is don't touch here, don't touch there. And he said in Bihar Museum, I wanted, instead of don't, it should be please, please, please. And that set me thinking that what we could do to allow people not only to touch, but also to experience, and if possible, even to enter those objects. So what we are trying to do in the Naval and the Coast Guard Gallery is to curate an experience. What we are trying to do is not just a collection of objects. It is an idea igniting maritime consciousness in a 10-year-old child who comes and visits this gallery. The aim is not to make him a naval officer. He is most welcome to become a naval officer or a Coast Guard officer. But the bigger aim is to make him understand the importance of Indian Ocean to India. Why is it so important to protect this great, access that we have to the entire global stage through our geostrategic location? And how do the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard deploy to protect this access, deploy to enhance our maritime security, and because of that, our development? Like I mentioned, that it is not just objects, it is also, we've set up a complete walkthrough ship. INS Nishank, which was decommissioned, has been shifted to Lothal. It is already ready as a walkthrough museum where people can go and understand how a modern warship looks like. Similarly, we are setting up an aircraft which will be ready. It's a maritime reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare aircraft, the IL-36 Sea Dragon aircraft, which again is a experience where people will be able to walk through a modern aircraft and understand how an aircraft works like. We've got a Chetak helicopter in our gallery, which people will just not see. They will be able to sit inside that aircraft and be able to experience a takeoff and landing from a small deck and witness an anti-piracy operation at sea. Sitting inside that small Chetak. A family of 5 could do that. We've got another Chetak from Coast Guard, which actually displays how an actual search and rescue operation is undertaken using modern technology but original objects. We are also building in a complete 3D, 4DX, X-screen experience. It is the first of its kind movie being shot in India. Till now only Top Gun has got some parts of it, wherein people will be immersed into a modern ship as it is sailing in peacetime, how it converts into a wartime stage, and how does it conduct an operation at sea in war, whilst people are moving on a lift from one floor to another. So these are some of the things that we are trying to build there. We are trying to immerse people and make them understand how modern forces, maritime forces operate, and maybe ignite that passion for sea for them.
So we have a few minutes. We could probably show a small video clipping.
Yes, if I could, may I request the team to kindly show the video clip on Nishank, which is already ready. You can move in a wheelchair. This is universal access. Welcome. So it's a universal access. Even people on wheelchair can move in. Possibly the first such experience in the world where people can go into below decks of the ship and even on a wheelchair. Because of paucity of time, instead of going further and trying to show you the gallery how it looks like, I would rather take this opportunity of inviting some questions in case we have time for 2 questions before we come to the end of the session. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Could we have a mic, please?
Thank you, everyone. It was so enlightening and great experience listening to all the experts of Navy. I have a specific question regarding past expeditions and past experiences of India, because we have such a large coastline that at least many expeditions were to the Southeast Asian nations and also to Sri Lanka, even from Mauryan Empire time. So how it actually, the whole journey converted from the mercantile to the defense. Because initially it was not the purpose that we should have a defense of the coastal area or the waterways. Initially it was essentially trade driven or economy driven. But how it transformed into sort of defensive forces, the way we know Indian Navy today, and we are all, as Indian, I am so proud of Indian Navy. I mean, we have seen a few movies also and great works done. So all kudos on behalf of everyone to all of you. If you can throw light how Ashoka traveled to, say, Sri Lanka, or how the Cholas and Chalukyas, etc., they took their expeditions to Southeast Asian nation, and how it transformed into a defense force.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks. A very, I would say, a profound question. So I'll give you, firstly, to understand that, you have to understand the ancient political philosophy of India. I think that's important. So keeping that aside, generally, even from a very, I would say, an evolutionary perspective, when does the Navy get formed? Okay. So firstly, you need to have maritime consciousness. You need to understand that I have a coastline. Okay. I am having trade, etc. Once you have trade, what comes about is you will need to protect that trade whenever it goes in water. That's the second thing. Thirdly, you realize that if you have to protect the trade, the traders come back to you telling you stories of those countries, right? Then you realize that there is also something abroad. So possibly they could be helpful or they could also be inimical. So you need to provide a force to keep that. Thirdly, if you have your traders going there, the traders need to be also secure. Okay, so you need to also defend them. Okay. Now look at this from an Indian context. So I'll answer your question in 2 ways. One, how did our philosophy come from maritime consciousness? Secondly, how was this converted into a need for a military force? And thirdly, why was this military force used? Okay. To understand this, you have to understand the ancient Indian concept called Chakravarti Kshetra. What is the Chakravarti Kshetra? Chakravarti is a universal emperor. Kshetra is that territory over which he establishes a peace. Now, Arthashastra has a lot of, I would say, philosophy behind it. For example, Kripana Dinanatha, in order to have peace, in order to have Kripalu, to have generosity, in order to, establish an order, Prithu, the ancient legendary kind of king, established order. So the Chakravarti Kshetra is a place where you can establish order. Okay. Now, if you look at our Vedic and our Puranic literature, how does the ocean's references come? For example, the Rig Veda, Bhujyu, Ashwins, people who heal, associated with the ocean. Samudra Manthan, you have both the benefits, gifts coming, and also the poison coming. So both threats and the fact that you have trade or riches which kind of come from that point. So right from a mindset perspective, you knew that the oceans could give both wealth and could give dangers. Okay. Going forward, okay, you have this developed in political philosophy, which was talking about the Gupta era. By the time the Gupta period, the Roman trade had declined and the dependence on the Southeast Asian trade had increased. And Gupta period was also a period when you had a lot of mercantile guilds. So obviously when the mercantile guilds go to the other countries, you needed to have some protection. Okay? There's a very interesting text called Nidesa, which was written about 2000 years back. It's a religious text, but that talks about, very interestingly, about how armed mercenaries were used to protect traders. So there's one example there of a person called Shanudas, who is recruited by a mercenary called Achera. And he's told that, see, these people are going to Suvarna Bhumi, which is in Southeast Asia, to dig gold. But when they go to Suvarna Bhumi, they are attacked. So then these people, what they do is very interesting. They have a lot of combat techniques. Janupata, how do you go and crawl on 4 knees? Vetrapata, how do you climb creepers? So these people, practice all this and they go across the sea and they kind of, protect those whatever trading community who's there.
So right from strategy to tactical they had.
Yes, yes.
But I'll cut you short just to take on one more question before we end this.
I'll separately talk to you.
Yes, that gentleman there.
Sir, first of all, thank you so much. Because of your hardship and your duties, we are able to live free in the nation. So thank you so very much for that. And I have a question that, you just mentioned a couple of things about maritime experience. Do you think that after providing such a wonderful facility, people will find more connection towards the armed forces? Because generally as a normal citizen, I don't get a chance to visit or experience how difficult it is. But as you mentioned that we will be able to, go through the helicopter and aircraft, people will have more connection and respect toward the armed forces through the, this experience. Do you feel that there will be more profound way?
So thanks for that question. Firstly, thank you for the compliments, and most of us wear uniform because we know that the nation respects us. So that is, I don't, but coming to your question, yes, in fact, we are building a mock-up of a submarine there where people will be able to understand how difficult it is to stay in a submarine. It will again be an immersive experience. Like I said, we've already built a ship. Even the games that you will play, for a 10-year-old child to engage them, there will be certain games that they will play. Even those games will be maritime themed, and they will give an example of how, for example, a missile engagement at sea. In case a missile is hurtling towards you, how do you shoot it down? So that will be a game there. There will be a working, periscope which people will be able to utilize and undertake a torpedo attack from a submarine. So yes, the basic idea is to ensure that a person is able to understand those small procedural and tactical aspects of life at sea. And in fact, that is something that for most of us who are not able to go there, we are trying to build in an experience that makes you understand. I will let it lie here and hope for all of you to come and visit the gallery once it's ready. And without any further ado, may I request Admiral Joshi sir to kindly give his closing remarks.
Thank you. Firstly, I must thank all the panelists for their very detailed and thought-provoking presentation, very exhaustive. The theme of the panel discussion being evolution of Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard. The challenge is how to convert the academic or theoretical component of this panel discussion to the gallery or the pavilion which the Navy and the Coast Guard are executing, where it is touch, not touch, immersive experience, and I am happy to note that it's being given due consideration too. And therefore, I would just want to leave 3 suggestions for the team to keep in mind during the execution of this project of national importance, India's Maritime Heritage Conclave, the museum or the gallery or the pavilion, whatever you want to term this particular one as. And the first, therefore, is the challenge as to how far back do you trace the evolution of the Navy to commence from. And Durai, I think, rightly said that you cannot anchor it to the year 1612 when the East India Company Marine came into being, the first formal nomenclature, and therefore thereafter, of course, it followed many changes, Bombay Marine and so on and so forth. And there I believe you will need to bring in shipbuilding or ship construction, because evolution of a navy cannot remain divorced from shipbuilding, ship construction. And assisted by historians like Sri Rangan, we'll perhaps need to trace back how far back can we go where either we have procured a man of war from elsewhere, a man of war, namely a warship, or have constructed one ourselves. And therefore into this ambit will come in Kanoji Angre's fleet, Kunjali's fleet, the Zomorins and all that, and dating as far back as you can go, and that is where the evolution of the Navy would need to be anchored on. Again, harking back on to shipbuilding, we'll need to bring in the prowess of the shipbuilding industry in country, particularly from the dates of Wadia's shipbuilders and all, who had the exclusive contract for construction of warships, not only for the East India Company, but was actually the warships built by Wadias were actually floating on all the oceans of the world, including as far back as the US. The oldest floating warship today is the HMS Trincomalee in one of the UK ports, built by the Wadias. Also, there is some discussion that the US national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, was authored on board HMS Minden, constructed by the Wadias. Of course, there is also some discourse that it wasn't the case, but that is a matter for historians to deliberate upon. So that should, I think, occupy some time of the experts, and how to translate it into this pavilion. The second one would be, again, that was referred to, the role of the Indian Navy, that the naval mutiny, and what a significant role it played in our attainment of independence, 1 year ahead of schedule, which Dorai touched upon, and how to convert it into something that a visitor to a gallery can experience and grasp the gravity of that act, which lasted just a couple of days. And starting from one unit, Talwar, it spread to 78 ships, 20 odd bases, 20,000 personnel in a matter of perhaps hours. Of course, the unit being a communication center was, helped it a great deal. That is an important chapter, because in later years, the then British Prime Minister Clement Attlee is reported to have acknowledged that two factors that expedited grant of independence to India was INA, the action it played, in essence its occupation of by the Japanese of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands for 3.5 years from 43 to 46, where the administration was handed over to INA, and the naval mutiny, when they said that today Navy revolts, tomorrow if the Army and the Air Force join in, and they were fresh out of Second World War. They were very weak at that point in time. So that to today's generation, a visitor who's going to the museum has to come out, and that is something that will require some thought. And the third aspect I would recommend is really the exponential sort of evolution that has taken place in the last 6 to 7 decades, where with the start point of inheriting some 33 odd hand-me-downs of the Royal Navy, within the first 2 years, by 1949, the then naval leadership had taken a decision that we need to grow. Three-dimensional, they had started training naval aviators for the naval air arm, in exactly a year after independence, we had actually purchased the first aircraft carrier, Vikrant, the ex-HMS Hercules. A couple of years later, we had already acquired the first submarines. And from that start point to reach where you are constructing not only your own warships, your own aircraft carrier, conventional submarines, nuclear submarines, I think is a tremendous achievement in 6 to 7 decades for a country which at that time, industrially couldn't perhaps produce a bicycle. So it was said. So that needs to, in my view, occupy one of the major sort of themes of this presentation. And with these suggestions, really, I once again thank all the panelists and once again wish good morning to the audience, because in terms of numbers, they are much, much bigger than when we had started off. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Jai Hind.
Ashish sir, I think just taken, we can play that 6-minute video if you want to. So quickly, Vichil, the short video. So that probably will tell how much of thought has gone in, exactly as Admiral Joshi has mentioned, into this gallery.
Check. So like I mentioned, it's spread over 3 floors. When you enter, you are given a welcome by the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard, people. And the first thing you understand is the importance of Indian Ocean to India, and how do the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard deploy to protect it. These are the 2 exhibits. Then you move up to the first floor, and the first is our historical legacy of the Cholas, the Marakkars and the Marathas, wherein we talk about their navies in the first exhibit. The second is the Second and the First World War and the Royal Indian Mutiny, and how it, how we gained a freedom thereafter, just like the Admiral mentioned. Thereafter, we go to the next exhibit, wherein we talk about the first decade and how did Navy progress, including the acquisition of Vikrant, Mysore, Delhi, the setting up of the first airbase at Garuda. Then we talk about the 1961 operations. In the 1961 operations, people get an opportunity of becoming part of the Indian landing party at Anjadeep Island and get fired at by the Portuguese. It's an immersive experience. The 71 war has got certain relics, including the Ghazi hatch and the Ghazi propellers. Ghazi was the submarine that the Navy sunk, the Pakistani Navy submarine that the Navy sunk. It also has the Karachi killer missile that was fired by the killer squadron of the Indian Navy on Karachi. We then talk about Operation Talwar, and then the out-of-area operations, that is Operation Cactus and Operation Pavan, and how did Indian Navy started going abroad to help our friendly foreign nations. We talk about the ship's capability of waging war as well as benign roles in this particular exhibit that you see before we transition into another game for joining the Navy. These are SSB tests where children are able to involve themselves into certain obstacle courses, certain quizzes, learn about the uniforms of the Navy and the life in Navy. Then we sit onto this lift and experience the 3D, 4DX experience as they rise up to the second floor of how a battle is fought at sea. Though the ship transforms from peacetime to war, and you come up, you see the models of the ship over ages, the way indigenized ships have been built, people can go touch and feel them. After they have seen these ships, they move into a mock-up of a submarine that you see right now. This is actually an arcade where there are games to be played and also live to be experienced. How constricted the submarine looks like, and they will play a torpedo firing game and use a periscope inside this space. This particular area is largely dedicated to naval technology. And like the Admiral mentioned, how did we evolve our technology? So we have got these exhibits of to move, to float, to fight and survive, wherein we talk about all aspects of naval warfare, from navigation, communication, propulsion, power generation and distribution, anti-submarine warfare, missile and gunnery, aviation, marine commandos, and thereafter survival through our NBC efforts, our firefighting, and then I talked about the Chetak, wherein you can sit and experience a flight from a small deck. We also have built a small destroyer where there is a ship handling simulator, allows you to experience how you leave a harbor. You also have an operations room where there is a missile firing game, and you understand how life on board a modern warship looks like. When we move out of this place, we go to the Coast Guard area, wherein we understand what is the vast scope of missions and charter of Coast Guard. How do they deploy to protect all this? We talk about certain operations that the Coast Guard have undertaken. And similar to how we have certain objects, we also have this Chetak helicopter displaying how a search and rescue operation happens at sea. We've also got a Coast Guard hovercraft, and people are able to go inside and experience the hovercraft operation going onto a beach. We've got similarly large number of ships and aircraft from the Coast Guard displayed in this area. And from here, we move to another lift, wherein on top, you get a movie about Coast Guard while sitting on the lift, and when you go down, you have a concluding film which rounds up your experience in the gallery. And once you move out of this lift, you go to the Gallery of Heroes, where we talk about our gallantry awardees, our sportsmen who have done the country proud, innovators, people who have innovated or produced groundbreaking stuff for not only the Indian Navy but the country. You've got a photo gallery wherein you are able to take photographs immersed in maritime, sceneries behind you. These are photographs as well as video experiences that you will undertake. And thereafter, once you move down from this floor, we have got our last exhibit, which is Indian Navy and Coast Guard and Nation Building, wherein we talk about how in the last 70 years, Indian Navy and Coast Guard, after she was formed, how have they, worked towards government initiatives for nation building. So we talk about our indigenization plan, our Swachh Bharat, yoga, we talk about employment generation, Agniveers, Nari Shakti, Digital India, Skill India, and all that. Thank you so much.
I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the panel for this intriguing session and for reiterating that maritime heritage is so important to us and we need to evolve with it. It is my absolute pleasure to be sharing the stage with Admiral D.K. Joshi, sir, the Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar, and all other honorable dignitaries. Now I would like to invite Mr. Vasant Shinde to kindly come on stage and present the panelists with a token of appreciation. I would request the audience to give the panelists a round of applause again, please. I welcome the audience which had not joined us earlier in the morning today to the Day 2 of India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024. We now have two panel discussions, one in this hall and at the hall at the back. The discussion in the other hall is on museum display techniques and the role of museum in education. We request anybody and everybody who's interested in museum display techniques to kindly proceed towards the back hall from the right-hand side of the stage. In this hall, we will now be proceeding with a panel discussion focused on traditional boat and shipbuilding activities and navigation techniques of India. I request the relevant panelists to kindly take the stage. May I invite Professor Danish Moin, Professor Ishrat Alam, Professor S.K. Aruni, Professor Jigar Muhammad, and Shri Guru Dayal to kindly take the dais.
अभी क्या करेंगे अभी रिमेडिबल करेंगे
ट्रेडिशनल बोट बिल्डिंग करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उसके पैनलिस्ट जा रहे हैं
तो यहाँ भी जाने वाले हैं दे आर आल्सो गोइंग
दोनों तरफ से
हाँ ही इज गोइंग यू जस्ट बिकॉज़ अर्लियर इट वाज शेड्यूल्ड नाम भी तो चेंज होगा आई डोंट नो ऑल द गलत बोल दिया था नहीं टाइटल
while these discussions go on here, we have a discussion on museum display techniques and the role of museums in education in the back room, which you can proceed to from the right-hand side of the stage. For traditional boat shipbuilding activities and navigation techniques of India, may I request Swaroop Bhattacharya, John Cooper, Ashok Rajshirke, Adya Saxena, Zishan Sheikh, Sheila Tripathi, and Professor Ami Raval to kindly take the dais. We are now starting with traditional boat shipbuilding activities and navigation techniques of India. For this, the rapporteur is Sheila Tripathi, sir. May I hand over the dais to you to kindly introduce the panelists. Thank you.
Namaskar. I'm glad that we will have a session on traditional boat building and navigation systems of India. You know that India is one of the oldest maritime nations, and for maritime trade, ship and shipbuilding have played an important role. In this session, we are having a number of scholars both from India and abroad. And I will introduce Professor John Cooper, who is a maritime archaeologist, and he has also extensively worked in east coast of India as well as the west coast of India. And presently he is working at the University of Exeter, UK. And now his present project is on the Mulberry log boats, as well as he will be taking up his next project on the navigational charts, which are depicting the trade routes and other information from the Red Sea coast to and your Persian Gulf. That is some parts of the Western Indian Ocean countries. And second is Dr. Swarup Bhattacharya. He is an anthropologist by profession. And you see, he is the only gentleman who is having knowledge on traditional boat buildings of east coast of India, particularly in West Bengal. Friends, the interesting information about Dr. Bhattacharya, he has made along with Jishan and John Cooper a boat called Chot boat, which is a traditional boat of West Bengal, and that boat has been funded by the UK foundations, some of the foundations of UK, and that boat has been completed. The same boat will be displayed in one of the galleries in NMSC Lothal. And regarding Professor Adya Saxena Madam, she does not require any introduction because she is the professor of medieval history in the MIC University, Baroda, and she has worked extensively on the Western Indian coast. And some of his students, along with her, they have published, number of very good research papers, both in the national, international journals and conference proceedings. And Jishan, basically, though he is now working in UK, Exeter University, but he got his PhD from Southampton University. Originally, he is from Goa. After completion of his master's from Deccan College, Pune, he got one fellowship for that British Foundation. And he registered again for another master's as well as a PhD from Southampton University. And he was also associated with the Chot boat. And now presently he is working on the traditional maritime knowledge of Red Sea coast connections with India. Thank you very much. Okay, our one more, Professor Dr. Ashok Rajsekreji, originally he's from Baroda. See, I have met him yesterday and today only, but since 1988, he was actively participated in the maritime trade. And when Dr. Rao was organized the first conference in 1987 in Jamnagar, he is the person and he is the scholar who has presented a paper on the maritime activities of Gujarat. And when I was talking to him, he is one of the scholars of India who has extensively worked on the Portuguese maritime trade, and his knowledge and his expertise will be very much useful for our National Maritime Heritage Complex of Lothal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. As since morning we are talking about the traditional skills of boat and shipbuilding in India, and it has a very long history. Atharva Ved also talks about shape, material, techniques of boat building. In this session, we will talk about traditional ship boat building activities and navigation techniques in India. I request panelists to focus on content, which helps us in gallery display of the Maritime Museum. All of you are core researcher, but I request you to focus as required content of museum gallery. So with this note, I would like to ask a question to Dr. Cooper to say something on Indian boat building traditions in the waters of Indian Ocean.
More broadly than just India? Or? Yeah. Yes, I've had the very good fortune to work in various parts of the Indian Ocean, beginning first of all in the Arabian Peninsula, but also moving down into East Africa, and more recently with my colleagues here in India, in West Bengal. If we do a very, very broad and very general comparison of the situation in India with other formerly very important maritime centers such as coastal Arabia and even East Africa, what's really striking and very, very obvious is the extent to which a lot of maritime crafts and traditions of a very, very diverse kind have survived here in India to this date. I know that change is happening very, very quickly here also, but it's very, very important, I feel, for me to express as a non-Indian scholar just how important and how diverse the range of boat building traditions is to be found in India right now. If we go to Arabia and we travel around Arabia, be it in any of the wealthy Gulf states or even in a poorer country like Yemen where I have worked, there is essentially nothing left. I may be slightly exaggerating, but the dhow building traditions are gone. The local boat builders are moving over to building in fiberglass, etc. So really that record has disappeared and disappeared very, very quickly. The situation is quite different in East Africa. If I can briefly make a comparison with East Africa, there we see a diversity of wooden boats and sailed boats still being used. But even there, I would say there is essentially one plank-built tradition, which is the clenched nail tradition, the kind of dhow tradition that if we want to use that terminology, and also quite a richness in logboat usage, carving of logboats. But if we compare that to what we find in India and we move across India, we have clenched nail traditions, we have stapling traditions, we have sewing traditions, we have carved boats and log boats, we have rafts. So from a very, very small scale to still a relatively large one, there is a diversity here in India which we simply, in my experience, do not find in other parts of the Indian Ocean. And so if I can do anything while I'm here today, it's really to emphasize that importance and to kind of plead with my colleagues to kind of let's all work together and understand and appreciate the diversity and the richness of what is here in India, and please for everybody to galvanize an energy towards actually recording this heritage, because it is, as my colleagues know better than me, it is changing very rapidly and these things will not last forever.
Yeah, so very true. The diversity which you are finding here in India is really very rich and rare when you compare it with the other places.
Absolutely. There's really nothing to compare to India, I would say, in this respect.
And further, if you can throw some light on what methodology can be used to capture traditional boat building skills, especially for museum display, which you are already, in that reference only, if you can continue a little.
Yeah, I think what's really changed, I would say, in the last 10, 15 years is the ready and easy availability of high quality digital recording technologies that just weren't available to us even 15, 20 years ago. We can do things now very, very easily without a lot of, I'm no great filmmaker or photographer, but we can do things now that we couldn't do before. We can record at a scale and an intensity which we couldn't do before. So I've had the very good fortune to be working with my colleagues on this panel, Dr. Swarup Bhattacharya and Dr. Zishan Sheikh, on a project following the construction of a choke boat in West Bengal, which I hope they will talk more about also. And in doing that, we were able to do 3D photogrammetry. We made a documentary film. We recorded hours and hours and hours of video film, which Dr. Zishan processed into a lovely documentary film. We hope that all of this will be published and available. It's not quite yet. We hope that it will all be available for general public consumption. The reason I mention this with respect to the museum is that the traditional way of expressing and explaining maritime heritage in a museum would be to have the physical boat in the gallery, which of course we hope will be the case. But you know, a boat is supposed to be moving and alive and on the water and in a changing environment, and they can look quite dead in a gallery space. So what's really wonderful about the opportunities of video, etc., is that we can bring these experiences to life, not only to see the boats in action, but also to see people working in construction of these vessels. So we see the named individuals, and we can give them the due credit for their knowledge, which doesn't always happen in a traditional maritime museum where you just see a boat sat on a display. So there are a lot of opportunities available now.
True, very true. Like yesterday, the architect group, which is involved in the museum area, they also mentioned that they are going to give a real feel of the Harappan era and also the maritime experiences of the boat. So we hope for the best. I think they will be able to make it the sense as you are mentioning. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. So in continuation of the same, Zishan, can you throw some light on the contemporary boat building practices?
Yeah, of course. So contemporary, India is really very rich in technology. Boat building technology has been known across the coastal states, but also the riverine tradition, which has been overlooked so far. And we did realize this when we did this project, showed boat. There's so much of variety and tradition, and I think I won't be able to comprehensively discuss these massive technological traditions and the nitty-gritty bits, but the discussion around the technology and the different types, as my colleague Professor John Cooper has mentioned, there is a seaman boat tradition, which I recorded in 2009 from Goa. So I got a few clips on the actual seaman tradition, which is a bit different than the other parts which you can find in the Gulf countries. Staple tradition, which we recorded as well. And then we got, there are other boats types, which is the skin boats, which are constructed in a different way. So there's those traditions as well. And the dugouts. Okay, there's a special technology used to make the dugout boats. What else you got? Yeah, the reverse clinker, which is nail boat, and which is amazing as well. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good, we got some more light on the explanation regarding the same. I move on to Professor Bhattacharya. As an anthropologist and the people involved in the boat building and shipbuilding activities, how do you perceive as the museum art side of the same?
Yeah, last 27 years I'm doing research on man-boat relationship. As an anthropologist, I'm looking into a material culture, that is the boat, and how people are perceiving that boat. It's very important because we have that tradition still alive. That's why I call those boats as living fossils. If you look into the boat, if you go deeper into the boat, the present-day boats, you can conjecture or you can understand the skill of or the technology of the past. Through that, we can reconstruct our history. Actually, we do not have any such records, the archaeological remains or other things of old days boats. But if you look the present day boats, you can at least go beyond maybe thousands years back. Say for example, the Bengal boats are unique because those are made with staple technology. It is the staple, a double-ended plate or nail, just like a staple pin. They put it in between two seams. It's, you cannot find that kind of technology in other parts of India. But in the south, in the east coast, you will get the Shiun boat technology. And in Odisha, you will get the clinched nail technology with reverse clinker shell, planking system, and so many other things. So it's all important because if you do not know, if you do not have any information of the past, but you have the present day boats, through that you can go. And not only that, because boat is not an inanimate object, it's a living entity. That's why boat builders when they build the boats, they can think that they are giving birth to their daughter. And after the completion of the boat, that boat used to hand over to the owner's family, and that is the process, they call it marriage ceremony. So as a bride, it is going to another family. And the crew members, those who are entering into the boat, they think they are in the mother's lap. That means the hull of the boat is acting as a lap of the mother. And they think that mother's lap is the safest place. So these are all related with our symbolism, customs, rituals. We have to study because otherwise we will lose everything. It's the high time.
Excellent to know the boat as a living organism and such a tradition of considering them as part of the family and mother. I mean, it's really something which I think many of us are highly, we appreciate your work in this sense. Dr. Radha Saxena has also internationally worked in the field of the coastal maritime history. So I would like to ask her a question regarding the East Africa and Kutch relationship and the boat building activity.
I will start with, am I audible? Okay. I will start with how to know this navigational knowledge. And when I say navigational knowledge, it means the boat building process. How the builder and the people who were navigating, we call them as seafarers. And these seafarers are in various form given titles, whether it is for the state purposes, it is for the merchant purposes, because question is directly related to Kutch and East Africa. So naturally medieval centuries come in. And if we go historiographically, and if I speak for 2009 and 10, when there was a dire need to fill or to point out the research gaps which the early historiographers have come across. So if I will start for western coast of India, talking about Ashin Datta, talking about M.N. Pearson, because this is a whole range of historiography. That's the period that when we are just concentrating on trade and commerce. But the questions were there that so much of trade and commerce is happening, on whose shoulders this is actually taking place. That is one. Two, if we at all talking about the Gujarat coast, we have to see Surat, Gujarat in one pocket, the Kathiawar coast, the Gulf of Kutch and the Kutch itself, and then we have to see the Sindh coast, and then we can move on to Red Sea, and then reaching out to Horn of Africa, moving into Western Indian Ocean. My experience are live experience because I had traversed in the dhow in the Indian Ocean, traversed from Zanzibar to Pemba. Our dhow has lost because of the wind, and that was simply a different experience. And this experience leads to that how the seafarer under the command of the captain, because the terms are different. If it has been a research paper, we could have come up with that also, that how they are managing. First, the thing is that how you are leaving the port itself. So the port architecture is very important. So what I could observe is that what is there at Kutch Mandvi, when the boat is moving from the place where it is touching the land or whether it is in the high seas. So these two things, and you are having practical port architecture both at Zanzibar and at Mandvi also. And similarly, when I am talking about Mandvi, Mundra cannot be left around. This is the two things. So the seafarer in the Indian Ocean from the side of Zanzibar and the one at Kutch Mandvi. I also have an experience when the two people from the sides, they are talking in Swahili and people coming from Zanzibar. So those kind of experiences are different. So now what becomes important is that how the landing will take place. And this is a navigational skill, because has already been said that during monsoon period, the sails will be taken high, you will be moving from coast to coast. This all depends upon what kind of cargo you are taking. And I will be talking about the carved doors from the Kutch, both Mandvi, Mundra. You will find these in the live museums, in the living spaces. I mean to say, the Havelis of the Arabs are there. Of course, the porters, because of the revolution, you will not find, because they had moved to Uganda and later to UK. So you will find those kind of things over there. Just for example, when cargo was moving, crow was taken away to Zanzibar. Now you have to understood that why crow is taken. Because crow can actually become the guider for you from coast to coast. Because we are into the coast movement. That is important. In the morning, Sanyal was talking about storms in the monsoon. So that is another thing which is important. So historiographically, these things were questioned, but they were not answered. So I will be bringing into your notice, this happened under Darshak Itihas Nidhi, and Latika Varadarajan had actually lead into, and so many questions had come up. So I will not go into the techniques, how building is taking place, because it is now we have reached to IIT Madras, which is recreating it. We have Professor Sonavne, who is actually referring in this book itself about the first painting of the ship. So you know that how it is evolving. Now what is important is that what is happening between 1000 to 1900. And here is my focus, medieval sources. I will be especially referring to Sirat-e-Firoz Shahi, because Firoz Shah Tughlaq, before taking over, he was moving and he has seen the ship. And in fact, when he goes back in Haryana, there is a Jahaj Koti at Jajjar. You see it is made in that shape. And Peter Mundy, actually in its pen and pencil sketches, gives that. So that gives you an idea. I'm bringing in that what could be actually be there in the museum. And when these aspects, because these are thoroughly researched kind of thing, if these are showcased, maybe in an image form, what Cooper was saying, that we can go with documentaries, we can have a panel where you see these stories on the basis of primary sources, on the observations of historians, they are showcased. So this actually will make our generation understand the hardship which the historians, research scholars, and of course the people who were indulging, because in the morning we had Ibrahim Bhai over here. I will talk about Buddha Fofindi. When I met him in Mandvi, he was 83. And in fact, he has worked with Professor B. Arnachalam. And B. Arnachalam is basically talking about how the movement of the navigations is taking place. So when we are creating a gallery, we should be actually giving the citations of these scholars. History is not about, or the museums are not about recreating what was there 5,000 years before. What is more important is that who preserved it, who passed it to the other generation. So I think that I have addressed few aspects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Today we have so many navigational technology, and through which the navigation is very accurate and easy. But that was not the case long back. So I would like to ask Raj Shirke sir to throw some light on traditional navigation, sir.
Friends, before talking about the navigation techniques, I would like to say something about the source of this particular subject. The National Museum of New Delhi preserved various Malamni pothis. There were 4 Malamni pothis that deals about navigation concepts, ideas, and techniques. While other navigation pothis, there must be 35 pothis, they talks about they are the logbooks of the Malum who recorded their routine during voyages. So these pothi I transcribed into modern Gujarati, translated into English, and now it is entire bunch is published. So after looking at that particular corpus of information, I think that the Kutchi navigators knew the ocean very well. They studied every aspect of ocean. And on the basis of that, they navigate very safely along the coast, because during pre-modern times, coastal navigation was prevailing. So I just give some examples how they identify certain perilous spots in the navigation. So for that, they use the moreza. Moreza is a fish. Any fish. Portuguese word of that ship is morais. I think that the Portuguese have adopted the terminology from Kutchis. And so these Kutchis identified certain movement of this fish. I quote details about morezas. It comes into view of Dhruv 11, then carry out Budad. Budad is an instrument that measures the depth of the water. If water depth comes to 60 Paniwam is Atam in Portuguese, Kutchi language, and Budad during mud, visit, and if morezas are small in size, then again employ Budad after sail of 1 prahar, that is 3 hours. And if water level is decreasing by 14 to 15 Paniwam, consider ship is on way to Sri Jagat. So when they saw this kind of the fish at particular degree, they come to the conclusion that their ship is on way to Dwarka. I quote, another quotation, I quote, if moreza come in view of Dhruv 10, then carry out Budad. If water depth is 60 Paniwam and Budad during mud, morezas of broad heads appear, and if water depth is decreasing by 11 to 12 Paniwam, and many tortoise came into view, consider that island God Moni are on the rising edge. Number 3, details about morezas of black-colored spotted come into view of Dhruv 10, then carry out Budad, which creates sounds in the mud. If water depth is decreasing by 8 to 9 pani worm after saving 3 hours from depth 50 to 55 pani worm. Consider ship is on way to Bhadar, that is a port town in Kutch, I suppose. Number 4, details about Morezas that come into view to Dhruv 10, and if they are broad-headed, and then employ Budar and measure water depth, if it is decreasing by 8 pani worm after sail of 3 hours from water depth of 60, then consider your ship is on way to Mangrove. If Moreza, large quantity of Moreza of Budar of 1.5 quarters hand long, I quote, if large quantity of Moreza of 1.25 hand long come into view of Dhruv 9, and if your 20 to 25 jam water depth, that means you are away from 21 to 25 jam. Jam means that is a 3 hours sailing. 1 jam is equal to 3 hours sailing. Take eastern direction, Khanderi comes into view. If, now last quotation, it is detailed about lessening water depth. If Morezas become visible towards Dhruv 11 or 10 or 9 degrees, and if water depth is listening to 8 fathom, consider that you are on way to Manara, that is the lighthouse of Kutch. Now, on the basis of this, this knowledge, the people, the Kutchi mariners used to navigate as well as identify the perilous spot.
Yeah, sir, so this says that the traditional navigation, they used to have a lot of dependency on so many other aspects, which you are explaining. Yes, sir.
Now this is eel fish. They identify their size, color, physical form, and idiosyncrasy were observed. So it was not observed by the one malam. It was observing from centuries together. Like say for 15, 14 centuries, all malams, Kutchi malam, they observe the movement of Morezas and write down in their pothis. But, the absorption and the integration of writing down is a question of, it is very important question. Now, this absorption and integration process of the navigation data is more complicated than it seems. Though the process of community consensus, our navigation notion was truly verified, and pothis continued to serve as a platform for the change of concept and techniques. It is being discovered that Malam always included a note beneath the text whenever he recorded his own or another Malam's observation, ideas and techniques. The note says Persilejo. Persilejo is a Gujarati term which means information needed to be confirmed. It was an appeal made to whoever Malams who consulted his pothi. Through this way, observation and techniques placed before the Kutchi Malam community for confirmation, additions and rejection. If deemed unreliable, the Malam of 1664's pothi had compiled his own observations on Moreza of the Malabar coast and added it to observation he had taken from pothi of Malam of Nakar Korasi. So both the information put together, and he made another pothi, which again copied by so many malams. And when these two information put together and the malam verify that information, then when they copied down the information, they used to write Sahi. That means whatever information is, written is verified and found reliable. So this note was included while compiling a new poti before being transmitted to other malam as a part of methodology.
Yeah, so this, the traditional technologies and traditional navigation, how interesting it is, that is what we got through Raj Shirke sir. I think that can be a separate session altogether when he's talking about the Malam Pothi. So I would like to ask Bhattacharya sir to throw some light on Malam Pothi, or Adya madam can. Okay, Adya madam, please.
Again, I will start with the historiographical thing, because the major contribution that comes to Raj Shirke is basically solving many mysteries. I'm using the term mystery because when we are talking about Kutch, the book by Wilson, Rushbrook Williams, The Black Hills. Because there you see he's quoting Alexander Burns, and then he's saying these many ports are there. Based on the Persian sources and of course European sources, I tried to dot these ports, and we are getting bandars and baras. Okay, and when we are saying about bandars and bara, the structure, the craft at the bandar will be different and at the bara will be different. And that's why you see when we are talking about Portuguese, we have Dahej bara, and we are having the say Kembe and then Surat, but before that we are having Bharuch. So naturally the geomorphology of the coast and of course its immediate hinterland has to be understood. So now how these pothis are coming up, as he rightly said, they are moving from one generation to other generation. On the material it was recorded, it has gone into oblivion. Latika Varadarajan in National Museum has identified these manuscripts, one of the manuscripts he translated. When I was at National Archives, I tried to see that if we can get a Kutchi Malamni Poti, which Abdul Sharif said that yes, they are there and they are in a very bad state which cannot be given. So naturally the gaps have to be understood. So Alexander Burns' say findings are very important because he referred about certain manuscripts. Marin Poston has referred about, and in fact this has been located by Samira Sheikh. So you see, so you see that the ports are identified. Then if you look at the maps, the movement is identified. See, the one Malamni Poti he is referring to, the one which I had actually done, right? They are talking about the same ports, but the stopovers are different. The Poti in his case, Poti is actually telling you the destination. When we are talking about 16th and 17th century, because things are taken over the years, they are the part of the memory. Now how the Malamna Potis have gone into oblivion, this I have asked Buddha Fofindiji. He said that I am taking you to a temple. And this is a Kharva temple is taken where the horse was sacrificed. Actually, if we go with the medieval sources, Persian horses were taken away. There is whole lot of movement from Malabar to the Sindhi coast and of course to the Red Sea. The movement is there. So what is happening when the voyage was complete? The Malam, that is the chief captain and his family, they have sacrificed everything to the sea. Because when they are, if you look into the songs of the sea, one of my research paper, I have come, if you look into the Konkan song also, that is very important. So because this actually helps you to fill the gap that why a particular documentation practice in physical form is not there. So for last 10-15 years, where Shirke has played a significant role, and of course Darshak Itihas Nisi Hasmukh Bhai was playing a significant role in that gap, which was identified historiographically by Latika Varadarajan, who has worked on the Lakshadweep in case of India. We have reached to a point where we are having national maritime, where we are having the reconstruction of the Mandvi, because this is a 300 years continuous building traditions. You have meet the Kharvas, you have meet Ibrahim Bain, there is Hindu Kharva and the the Muslim Kharwa. Now I should talk about the Wagets quickly because Bhattacharya ji is there. Now what a Waghera is doing, he is not the Malam, but they had played a significant role as a pirates because challenges are there. And when we are talking about princely state, Bilimora was a place which was a naval spot asked by Sayaji Rao III especially, right, to provide them support because they have signed the treaty. Now what happened to Valsad, what happened to Bilimora? The thing is that these things are also there. They are also the people who are moving. We have to talk about the fishermen because all were not mercantile ones. So the tradition is there. So they know the roots. And if I say, and I'm saying it with total responsibility, when Mumbai is attacked by Kasab, which route he has taken? That was the route of the fisherman, and that route was not there in the idea of our coastal guard. And here you see that became the point where all agencies, researchers and all, they revisited Indian Ocean Studies, and focus has been on Western Indian Ocean Studies. This is my humble submission. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So we had a lot of information on the West Coast traditions, and I would like to have one more question to Bhattacharya sir to talk a little about the anthropological aspect of the East Coast, where there must be some interesting aspects like Malam Nipothi or something else. Please, sir.
Hello. Yeah. In Bengal, we have the medieval texts that is on maritime trade, Mangal Kabbas. But I don't think there is any other such information on maritime trade in earlier days in Bengali literature or in Oriya literature. I do not know, but I know the Shangam literatures, they have mentioned something. I do not know about the navigation technique because we have lost that tradition. And I do not know why we have lost. Definitely there are some reasons. But I'd like to say that if you look the shape of the boat, you can, the James Hornell, Basil Greenhill, Sean McGrill, they have all mentioned that the Bengal boat types, the shape of the boats is very much looks like the boats of the Egypt. The riverine boats of Bengal is very much with the shape of the boat of the Egypt. So might be there are some reasons. Maybe if we look the planking pattern, the movement of plank from one end to other, you can get some information because those are the hulk planking. And I know that hulk planking was in medieval Europe. They lost that technology. We have that technology. Still, we follow that technology. And also, I'd like to mention that all our boats are shell-built. That is not a skeleton-built technology. We do not follow that one. That means we do not have any template. All boat makers of Bengal, they perceive that shape in their brain and they execute it through their eye and hand. So it's always changing, trial and error, trial and error. This is the process of boat building. So these are the informations we do not have. We have to document it. Thank you.
Yeah, so these traditional technologies were much more intelligent than artificial intelligence, I hope so. I can have one more question to Professor Cooper. He wants to show some light on the aspect of maritime.
Yeah, we've been talking about two different things here. We've been talking about navigational traditions, and we've been looking at the kind of evidence that we have for these navigational traditions through the documentary sources. On the other hand, we've been talking about boat building traditions and the kind of the processes of documenting them. Dr. Swarup has just mentioned there how much of this knowledge resides within the minds and brains of the individual. And I think this is also true for the navigation. We have the documents, we have the Malum Nipoti, we have, and what these documents capture are certain forms of conventionalized knowledge which are written down. Likewise, when we're investigating boat building traditions, we can look at the boats and we can try to work out how they were constructed, etc. But there's a real challenge for us as scholars, and it becomes magnified even more so when we think about the museum and the communicative aspect, that there is just so much knowledge that resided within the brains of these brilliant people, which is impossible, I would suggest, impossible to extract. I've been working recently with a colleague on a Gujarati chart of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And it carries certain forms of information, for example, toponyms that are written in Devanagari, pole star altitudes, stellar azimuths for sailing directions. But just looking at this document, you know there is so much in it which is simply a mnemonic, a trigger to the holder of the document who knows this information, which is a reference for him that he will use, and it will get him from Bab el-Mandeb to Jeddah without hitting this reef or that island. But it's something that is impossible to capture and impossible to document. And that's it's a kind of poignance and an excitement about being human and operating within a maritime landscape. And it's a real tribute, I think, to people who ventured out with so much of the knowledge simply resting within their own brains, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have an indication from the organizers that it's a lunch time, so please excuse us for not having more time. So I thank all the panelists for the very interesting session here, and I hand over the session to Gita.
Thank you so much, panel, for this intriguing session and for letting us know the intricacies of traditional boat and shipbuilding activities and navigation techniques. May I now invite on stage Mr. Manoj Kumar Samwell, MD of IPRCL, to kindly give a token of appreciation to our panelists. May I request the panel to kindly come forward for a group photograph? Thank you so much to the panel once again. I would like to sincerely appreciate the audience for being so patient. As opposed to what ma'am had said, the lunchtime will not begin until the next session, which is on trade and commerce in early medieval and medieval India. I request the relevant panelists to kindly come on the stage. I'm sorry for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ma'am? In the hall next door, we have a discussion going on tangible and intangible heritage, health sciences practices of coastal communities of India. Anybody who might be interested in the same is requested to proceed towards the hall from the right-hand side of the stage. I repeat, the next hall has a panel discussion focused on tangible and intangible heritage, health sciences practices of coastal communities of India. I request everyone on the side aisles, the food service area, to kindly be seated. The food services have not started and will not start for at least an hour. Please be seated. We will now be starting with our panel discussion on trade and commerce in early medieval and medieval India in this hall. The second hall has a panel discussion focused on tangible and intangible heritage, health sciences practices of coastal communities of India. We are beginning with the session on trade and commerce in early medieval and medieval India. For the same, our rapporteur is Sri Guru Dayal. May I request Sri Guru Dayal to kindly introduce all the panelists? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning and a warm welcome to all the respected dignitaries, esteemed panelists, coordinator, and my wonderful audience on the second day of this India's first Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024. It gives me immense pleasure to serve as the rapporteur for this session, Trade and Commerce in Early Medieval and Medieval India. I am Gurudal Verma, a research scholar from Gurukul Kangadi University, Haridwar. As we gather here today, let us embark on a journey of insightful dialogue, thought-provoking perspective, and invaluable learning. Without further delay, I am introducing the distinguished panelists and our coordinator for the session, retired Professor Jigar Muhammad from Department of History, Jammu University. Associate Professor Dr. Rajat Sanyal sir from Department of Archaeology, University of Calcutta. Professor Israt Alam sir from Department of History, Aligarh Muslim University. Dr. S.K. Aruni, Regional Director, ICHR Bangalore. And finally, we have our coordinator, Professor Danis Moin from Department of History, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. Now, I hand over the session to our esteemed coordinator, Professor Danis Moin sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. At offset, I would like to thanks to the organizer who has given me the opportunity to coordinate this thing and to be part of this historical event. Thank you very much, Dr. Shinde, particularly maybe mention the name of Professor Shinde who has given me this opportunity. This topic is on early medieval trade and commerce, medieval and medieval. You know, this topic has always been a discussion among the historians that early medieval is the period where the trade and commerce were declined. This is a very important debate has been taken by various scholars. A new study has also been made where some information has been put together, mainly based on the epigraphical sources and even the archaeological sources is also there, which inform that the new story is coming. We have a trade and commerce. I mean, the coinage has also been asked. There was no coinage in the trade and commerce. But if you work on the numismatic, you find good number of coins are available in it from early medieval period. We have 4 panelists. In that 4 panelists, fortunately, we have very different variety of the people are coming here, and they have, like for example, we have S.K. Aruni who has working on the topic which he is going to discuss here is based on the archaeological sources. So one information we are going to take the archaeological sources, not only the prehistory and modern, but early medieval has also been taken care of with archaeological sources. The second panelist is also here, which is working on the early medieval of Bengal region that is based on this archaeological as well as epigraphic sources. Unfortunately, we have 2 important historians here sitting here with me. They are from history background, and that they are using the texts, medieval texts, particularly the medieval Indian texts, particularly maybe mention the Arabic and Persian texts, and of course the traveler account also being used by them. So they are going to highlight some of the information, the sources which inform the trade and commerce through sea route on that is the area which we are going to discuss here. So I'll just begin with the first question with Dr. S.K. Aruni. That first question I would like to do, what is your, the sources on which basis you are working, and what are the area, and what important information you wanted to share with us? That is the first question. I will maybe 2 or 3 questions will be asked to you. So first question is from you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thank the organizers, Dr. Vasant Sinde sir, and all the organizations. Thank you, sir, for inviting me. And the sources which I refer for the early medieval, for Karnataka regions, I have taken an area. My study area is a coastal Karnataka area, which is broadly called Canara Coast, from Goa to the Malabar area. So that is a very peculiar geographical variations, and it has a rivers, Netravati, Sharavati and others, and also geographically variant formations we could see that one. The understanding of the naval, particularly early medieval, how the early medieval trade activities continued. All of us we know after the collapse of Roman trade and the decline of Buddhism in Karnataka, the early medieval part, Chalukyas, Rashtrakuta period, we witness drastic change in the, particularly our grants for the agriculture, which is most dominations which we get in the inscriptions, which most of them they refer to the grant, cultivated grant or some to the temples and other things. But in the coastal area, we don't have much inscription. However, there are inscriptions which refer to the Chalukyas and also Rashtrakutas. During that time, the Arab context established. We have a number of inscriptions refer to the Arab context, and also we have coins belong to the Rashtrakuta and others. They also talk about the context. Moreover, there are a number of materials which is, literary sources, both in Kannada and Sanskrit, which are the, written by the various poets like Ranna, Pampa, Janna, and many have. They have also narrated some of the stories related to the sea tradings. So these are my major sources. Apart from that, published sources like K.V. Ramesh, Tulunadu, and inscriptions, the number of inscription volumes, and also English secondary sources like Buchanan's Travels, and Morris. Many British investigators, they have documented various parts of the Canara coast, which are the very valuable for the information.
So epigraphical sources, literary sources is the main base for you. So Rajat, I just wanted to know what is your area and how you are going to explain this thing. Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Actually, if we shift our gaze from west, to Aruni's area to east, to the eastern part of the Indian Ocean, that eastern rim, and just try to situate the processes in the early medieval period, centering around maritime, the exploitation of the aquatic space for a maritime network based on the Bengal Delta. From three separate sectors of the delta, we have these sources. They are coming from three directions, and they are pointing towards three formations or processes. The sources, the regions are, on one hand, you have this extreme south eastern part of the delta, and then eastern part of the delta. To the west, you have the southwestern part of the delta. This is now forming part of what is now Bangladesh, the one part southeastern Bengal constituting the Chittagong, Noakhali area, and then eastern Bengal surrounding around Dhaka, Shabhar area, and then you move to the western part and you see this Medinipur and adjoining northern Odisha coast. These are the three microgeographical niches from where the sources are coming. And the sources are again of three types. So one is broadly text, then you have epigraphic texts, and then transmitted texts. And on the other hand, these are on this southeastern part of the eastern part of the thing. And when you shift to southwestern Bengal, it's mostly the material sources that I'll be talking on. And they're talking about three things: seaports specifically, their hinterlands and river ports through which this seaport is connected, and then archaeological material from the southwestern part of the thing, where you have material evidence coming from specific contexts, highlighting, rather indicating a strong network between the Bengal coast and Southeast Asian milieu of Buddhist monastic organizations. So these are the three different types of sources that we see, sir. It starts right from 6th century. It's a long journey from the 6th to the 15th century. It starts right from the 6th century when you have in inscriptions reference to a space called Navya Avakashika, of which the phrase, just to keep aside details, the Navya part is specifically meaning navigable. And then you have reference in this boundary clause of the charters to spaces like no Vatakas, no Vatakas, talking about landing places for boats. In this riparian sector, this riverine network played a very important role. From the 7th century onwards, you see the emanation of two more areas called Samatata and Harikala in the inscriptions. And this Harikala area finds reference throughout the history of this part from the 6th or 15th century. Around 8th century, the earliest evidence is from a text called Manjushriya Mulakalpa, which is safely dated to the 8th century, and where we have references to Harikela, Karmaranga, and Kalashapura, which have been identified with this Chittagong area of southeastern Bengal, and then Karmaranga with Arakan, and Kalashapura with Martaban. I'll come to Martaban later if time allows. And then we have reference to these spaces, the Navya area of Eastern Bengal and Samatata area of Southeastern Bengal, developing as major centers of administration, because these were vibrant spaces of continuous trading exchanges through riverine channels that connected this port called, which is later called Samandar, and in earlier inscriptional literature we find its reference as Harikela. In the travel accounts of the Arab travelers starting from the time of Ibn Khurdadba to Al-Adrisi, we have copious references in Arabic literature also talking about this port called Hadikra or Hardikra and Harikela, which is specifically the port of Samandar that is talked about in the 15th century vis-a-vis Chittagong in Arab sources. Shifting to the southwestern part, sir, we have materials from some sites. Some were excavated by our department, one Buddhist site, where we have specific materials in stucco and terracotta that can be directly linked to the similar kinds of, parallel kinds of developments in Southeast Asia, particularly at a site called Batujaya in Sumatra. We have identical representations of motifs in stucco and terracotta from that site. Then again, another site in central Thailand, from there we also have identical patterns and motifs that we find in the Bengal coast, and some Aqaba amphora and South Arabic jars that have been recently published by my colleagues Kaushik Gangavad and Selva Kumar. They are also indicating lines of network. These are the broad sources and the regions.
Thank you. I mean, you were also mainly working on the base on the textual evidence is the main. So for textual evidence, I think the medieval historian is sitting beside me. I'll just speak to Jigar sir that you explain me what is the area of you're going to discuss and what are the main sources you're going to cover here.
I am very thankful to Professor Vasant Sindhe Saab that he gave opportunity to me to express my views. As far as sources of early medieval and medieval India are concerned, they are very rich. They don't give opportunity to make conjecture. They present reality, particularly Arabic sources written by Al-Masudi in 10th century AD, then Al-Biruni, Kitab al-Hind, Ibn Battuta, Rihla in Arabic, in Persian. In Deccan you will find very important source written by Abdul Razzaq, that is Mataus Sadain wa Majmaul Bahrain. Then Abul Fadl has written Ain Akbari, in which he gives information that Mughal Emperor Jalaluddin Muhammad Akbar maintained Mir Bahri, Department of Admiralty. Mughals were very keen to keep their control on the ports, and these ports were very active as given in Persian sources, that is Sindh, Thatta, Surat, Cambay, Malabar. And Ibn Battuta is also giving that all these ports, they were controlled by the rulers of those areas, and large number of Arab traders were making trade and commerce. Even not only they were carrying horses, but they were importing materials like food grains, sugar, textiles, and indigo also. These goods were carried to Mediterranean Sea, from where Europeans received Indian goods. I want to tell all the audience that nowadays we are very much keen to go to Europe, but during Mughal period, Europeans were coming to India and begging for job. You know that how Vasco da Gama came in India during Sultanate period, because the route Constantinople that was blocked by the Turks. Now Europeans were facing the scarcity of Indian goods. Therefore Vasco da Gama discovered a new route via Cape of Good and reached Calicut. This is given by the sources written in Arabic and Persian. Moreover, Indian knowledge was also exported through these traders. For example, Indian knowledge in Arab countries was called Ilm al-Hindsa, Indian science. That is the contribution of these sources, that they are telling how India or Indian culture was realized in foreign countries. And all the markets, they were studied with Indian goods. I want to emphasize that during 16th, 17th century, 25% of world economy that was given by India. And India was one of the richest countries of the world as given in these sources, particularly Persian sources. I will give you one example that is written in Persian source, that English wanted to fortify Hooghly. Mughal Emperor asked, Mughal Emperor Mahyuddin Muhammad Aurangzeb asked why they were fortifying. They said for defense purpose. He told that was the duty of the Mughal Emperor. If English tried again to fortify the ports, they would be expelled from India forever. They were very conscious Mughals that ports were not to be occupied by the foreigners. Indian had to occupy, or Indian rulers had to occupy the ports from Sindh to Malabar coast. Last point, that all these sources from, there is one other source in Telugu language, that is Amuk Malyada. And Krishna Deva Rai says that only those rulers are successful who controls the ports. Therefore, there was huge consciousness in India, as given by the Arabic and Persian sources, that ports were to be under the control of indigenous rulers. And Mughals were trying to supervise that they had not to allow the Portuguese or English to impose their taxes. For example, Portuguese had imposed cartes, that is Indian ship sailing in the sea, particularly Arab Sea. They had to take license from the Portuguese. Akbar went to Gujarat, Surat, and told Portuguese that they must work under the rules and regulations of India. And he wanted that Portuguese monopoly on the sea was to be reduced. Therefore, he allowed English East India Company, because English East India Company was capable to challenge the naval power of the Portuguese. If these sources are consulted, we would be very much knowledgeable how Indians were conscious of Indian ports and Indian foreign trade, and they showed that India was a country which supplied not only goods to other countries, but also supplied Indian knowledge to other countries.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Apart from that, I think Lahore has also given a good information about the ports and all that. And secondly, the most important is that we have the Surat mint in the time of Aurangzeb. It is said that the 1,50,000 coins were produced every day, though it is a debate on that, 50,000, 60,000, 20,000, but good number of coins were produced every day. That information is also available in the sources. So, and why Surat? Because it was a coastal region, that was the area. So I would like to ask Professor Ishrat Alam sir, that what is your sources and how you are going to interpret it?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Vasant Shinde Saab and the coordinator Danish Moin Saab for giving me this opportunity to share some of my tidbits of thoughts with the great audience here. You see, so far sources are concerned, for medieval sources, especially for history of technology and sciences, these are mostly incidental. They are not, they are miscellaneous. There are varieties of sources, paintings, texts, other things, archaeological findings. So they are, they are incidental because where you don't see that, it should be there, you will find that evidence to be there. For example, Sirat-e-Firoz Shahi, Adhya was speaking about, Professor Adhya Saxena. There you won't expect that, this kind of thing will be there, but you find there is a painting where, Ashokan pillar is being lifted with the help of series of no less than 16 capstans put on a river boat, and how it is brought from Haryana to Delhi. You know, there you find some kind of evidence which is very important. That creates another thing, that with each passing day, with each addition of new knowledge, new sources, we are revising our earlier opinions very frequently. And a historian should always do that. For example, you know, when Professor A.J. Kasser was writing his book, Indian Response to European Technology, he was of the opinion that capstans were brought by Europeans. But here in Sirat-e Firoz-Shahi, you find a depiction of series of capstans, same principle in being involved for lifting something. So capstans were not, you know, brought into India, but they were known to Indians. That is one aspect. Similarly, you see varieties of sources, as my senior Professor Jigar Muhammad Saab said, that we have Arabic sources. That reminds me of one very major source, Jigar Saab. You know, when Vasco da Gama was coming to India, he was guided by a Nakuda from India. And that Nakuda's account is available in Arabic, which is not, you know, translated, but this is there. Somebody has to work on that. Then from Arabic, Persian sources, as my senior said, in Ain-e-Akbari we have plenty of information about, but at least, you know, very crucial information which Ain-e-Akbari provides is, to me as a student of history of technology, that, you know, for the first time Akbar is getting 3 ships constructed at Lahore, and you will find that he is getting, you know, heavy load of, you know, iron nails being used in those ships. The debate since morning we are hearing that whether the iron nails were used by, by Indians or not. Mostly the European sources tell us that iron nails were not used, right from, you know, Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta, Stefano, Barbosa, everyone is very clear. Till 16th century we don't find them. But by the end of the 16th century we find Akbar is in one ship, you know, no less than 11.5 tons of, you know, nails were used. Now when I started looking at the paintings of the Mughal Empire, what I found was, I was finding it problematic because, as I said, you asked me to say about sources, I said incidental sources are there. In European sources, of course, English East India Company, Portuguese East India Company sources, English East India Company sources, and Dutch East India Company sources are very important. I have specialized on Dutch sources, so I can say on the basis of Dutch sources that regarding the problem of iron nails, at Narsapeta and, you know, at other places, other places, you know, the Dutch East India Company, they started organizing production of iron and steel on the basis of our indigenous technology. They somehow found, they report, that Indian iron and steel are very good in quality, and they were using it. And then suddenly they realized that, you know, our artisans were not familiar with making heads on the nails. You might have said at the top of the nail there would be head-like thing. That was not being manufactured. And this can be explained by the fact that when you look at the Mughal paintings, you won't find nails straight, you know, dug into or stuck into the planks. They are always, invariably, in all paintings you will find 2 wooden planks are joined by 1 clamp. Now, the problem with the clamps is that you will have to strike the clamp in such a manner that the distribution of force should be equal on both ends. Only then the entire thing will pierce into that wooden piece, you know. So that was a kind of limitation. But nevertheless, iron nails were used by the 16th century, and we start finding no problem with our artisans. We find they are positively disposed towards us. Only thing is that from Dutch sources, when I was working on iron and steel manufacturing in India, I found that they started bringing their supervisors from Holland, from Belgium, from Sweden who trained our artisans in making two very important things. One is the iron nails, the other is anchors. Anchors are also very important part of shipbuilding technology. Anchors, till recently I was thinking that till 17th century, Indian artisans were not making iron anchors. But recently I found one dictionary, Persian dictionary, where the author is referring to, in 1652 it was composed in Hyderabad. The name of the dictionary is, I will give you the title also. This is very crucial in that sense because, this is Buhan-e-Qati, a Persian dictionary, Buhan-e-Qati, which was written in Hyderabad in 1652, where I could find the term langar. Langar is the Persian term for anchor, and it says that it is of iron, and then says also of stone. Sometimes they make of stone also. Now, iron is given precedence over stone means, this is my interpretation, you may agree or you may disagree, you are most welcome. Gradually we are finding that iron anchors which are being made in India by Indian artisans, they are being preferred over the stone anchors, and both were in use in the 17th century. No problem with that. They were making stone anchors. Stone anchors are reported from Lothal, the famous port. We have found stone anchors there. There could be a variety of sizes. They mentioned that. In other words, so far sources are concerned, as I said, for medieval India, we are lucky enough that, we have varieties of sources, European as well as Indian. One source I forgot to mention is Chinese source. Chinese people, when they were mostly coming to the Malabar coast, Mahuan is one who is coming up to Bengal in 1469, and those records are very important for us. Because from there, the Chinese junk tradition also was assimilated into Indian shipbuilding industry. We also started making junks. Chinese boats, in the kind and shapes of Chinese junks. They were reported, they were observed by the British, by the foreign observers. They report that Indians are very good in making those junks. So one technology is, which is originally Chinese, is being shifted to our country also. We are also adopting it. In other words, I would like to end by saying that when we say that what was the attitude of Indian artisans, was it, you can have three kinds of attitude: neutral, negative, okay. So I will speak on that later on. Thank you. So we have plenty of sources.
Thank you. I mean, if we are going to listen about 3-4 topics, one is, of course, the sources, and the technology is also being covered by you probably. And Muslatul Fuzla, you have forget one other source which is also given. In accidental sources, Muslatul Fuzla 15th century book that is also one of the important sources. Now I would like to understand from Dr. Aruni, what are the main findings, what your research, what it say? Because since you are based on that, you highlight the work which was said.
Briefly, I just many surveys have been conducted by many scholars and myself, many others also. Dr. Suril Gupta and myself, we undertook one journey in the Canara coast, and a number of sites like Udyavara, Haigunda, all these early historic and early medieval period sites occurred in this entire Canara coast, from Mangalore to Karwar. Sites like Basrur, Barkur. There are plenty of sites which is even including Mangalore. We have evidence of early medieval period, like we have potteries. Pottery belonged to the post-Gupta period, or we call it Alupa, the dynasty period, and we have a during the some area like Silaharas also played a very vital role in this area. So evidences is both the archaeological as well as epigraphical. We get all along the coastal area of the Canara coast, sir. So these have been recorded, some of them, and there are two major excavated sites in this Canara coast. One is Mirjan Fort. Mirjan was the one important trading center. There is a huge fort has been built. Of course, there are traces from the early medieval to late medieval also that fort has been constructed. In that excavations, number of articles which is related to the trade activities also shown. There is another place called Barkur. Barkur was a provincial headquarters of the Vijayanagara, but however before that it was also played a vital role in this area. So that was also excavated by the Mythic Society and Archaeologists of India. These two major sites excavations will yield a lot of information. Apart from investigations, archaeological investigations, they also have a very important sources of the archaeological findings.
Thank you. I just wanted to a small question from you. That since you're talking about early medieval in Karnataka, is there any layer you have a coin series? Some coins have been reported, or you have just actually you are not available? Because this is the area where the 8th century, 9th century Indian coinage are well reported. But I just wanted to know any foreign coins have been reported in Karnataka. With Karnataka, we have Roman coins have been found in good numbers. So I just wanted to these sources where you are working, because we have a project earlier. So all the South Indian state, particularly Tamil Nadu and Kerala, we have good number of coins, Roman coins, and Karnataka is also one of them. Rajat, I wanted to understand from you that what is your area of finding, if you talk about the finding and how the port was, because you're working on mainly port and all that. So what are the port and all that you please try to make an understanding.
Actually, sir, these sources have been worked out also by earlier scholars, but as I was saying, to detail from that, it starts, as I said, with inscriptional and travelogue references from, and also one specific Buddhist text starting, dating to the 8th century. The whole story starts from 6th century, and so the only reference to the seaport is that of Harikela. We find the name in the inscription, but when we look at these Arab sources, for example, if we look at Al-Adrisi, who is basing his statements, he is dated in 12th century, but he is basing his statements on another text which was written by Ibn Khurdad by 9th century. He is talking about the Harikela region, the port of Harikela, which is being called Samandar, where he is saying materials are coming being coming from Kamrut area, which is the Kamarupa or Assam area, and such references they continue till the 15th century. And apart from the seaport, we have references specifically to, when I'm talking about the southeastern and eastern part of the delta, we have references to two rivers, important river ports, because it is that riparian riverine zone where these channels of rivers are playing very crucial, pivotal role in the process of transmission of transfer of artifacts through the sea. And these are, one is called Vanga Sagara Sangbhandariyaka, which was interpreted by Ranavir Chakraborty as a warehouse. And possibly this is the only reference, to my knowledge at least, an inscriptional reference to Sagara Sea, which is named after one specific area controlled by a certain polity called the Vanga region, the central delta area, based on which the specific warehouse is named. And the second one comes from the extreme southeastern part of the delta in the Transmegna area, what is now present Kumilla area. From Manamati region, we see reference, copious, several references in 7th, 8th century inscriptions to a place called Deva Parvata, which is also called a riverine port, which were connected through rivers to the Samandar port, the seaport. And coming to the southwestern part, we excavated a site from our department between 2004 and 12, from where we come across a large number of terracotta ceilings, clay tablets, with depiction of 5 images this is a Buddhist monastic site, a depiction of 5 imageries, which are having almost identical parallels coming from sites in Indonesia as well as central Thailand, on one hand. And secondly, as we wrote in a recent paper also, that possibly even if materials are not being directly transmitted, the ideas are being, the notions are being transmitted across the Eastern Indian Ocean region. So in Stako also, we have life-size images that we found from that site, that particular site called Mughal Mari, and the identical representations are being encountered by our colleagues from Indonesia, Sumatra. One scholar called Indrat Jaya Agustijanto, he excavated a site called Batu Jaya, from where we have the same pattern of depictions on Stako from, again, Buddhist monastic contexts. So these are the things. And coming to a slightly earlier period, we have materials coming from these, some of the sites of southwestern Bengal, mostly unspecified sites. These are stray reports, but important they are certainly, because one of them, as I said, was reported by 2 of my colleagues recently. It's a proper Akaba amphora dating to the 5th, 6th century time span. And then another piece, which was not specifically published, it was noticed long back, but now it is certain, based on identifications by Robert Tatumbar, that this is a South Arabian jar. And dating to the early medieval period. What happens is, sir, from 8th century, we see the decline of the Tamralipta fort, because specifically after 8th century, to be precise, we have no reference to Tamralipta fort. And then from that time onwards, the shift, the focus shifts to the southeastern part of the delta and eastern part of the delta. Now, the material remains dating between the 9th and the 12th century from either part of this Bengal Delta area. They have to be again thoroughly searched, because as I said, sir, only one monastic site has been excavated from here. Early historic levels are fine. We have proper excavations. My colleague Kaushik, he has excavated a site called Vairi, where we have precise signatures of synergies between southeastern and Bengal connections. But when it comes to early medieval, we have to look at sites more carefully than we have done so far. And excavations are one of the most important necessities that we have to take into consideration.
Thank you. You said the excavation is the more expensive, important things. But you said that you have also referred to some of the books you have referred, some of the inscription you have referred. So I just wanted to, these all inscription is in Sanskrit or in Bengali, all in Sanskrit. Okay, thank you. Sir, because you mentioned very clearly that the sources and information are, plenty of information available. I am more interested because you wanted to discuss with the trade and commerce in that particular period. What type of trades were going on in this period? So I just wanted to, your own research, based on your sources, what are the trade has impact on Indian?
As far as medieval India is concerned, we find that not only Arab, Persian, Armenian, Chinese merchants were active through sea routes, but 4 European companies came to India and established their factories in India, companies in India, and they were allowed to to run the trade and commerce in accordance with India rules and regulations. Trade and commerce was so lucrative in medieval period that even Mughal nobles, they invested money for shipbuilding. Asaf Khan, he was a rich, great noble. He invested. Mir Jumla invested money in ship industry. Even Noor Jahan, who was famous queen of Mughal Emperor Nuruddin Muhammad Jahangir, she invested money in shipbuilding. And shipbuildings were organized all over India, even in Suba of Allahabad, large-scale ships were constructed. Therefore, when we talk about foreign trade of India in medieval period, particularly Sultanate and Mughal period, we find that Indian goods dominated whole world market, just like nowadays China is dominating different markets. We were dominating all the markets of Europe, and without Indian goods, European could not survive. Therefore, they came to India, and they came to Mughal court and begged for establishment of their companies. Once they were allowed, they tried that they had to employ Indians in their factories. And they also studied how Indians were liking or they were disliking something. And on the basis of Pesart record, he was a Dutch factor in India. He has given an account. And he is showing that how during Mughal period, ruling class was protecting the interest of merchant on the ports and across the sea. Even on the river, number of taxes were removed by the Mughal emperor. Even land route, that is, Rahdari tax was removed. Mir Bahri was removed by Mughal emperor Jahangir. So they were trying that whosoever were coming to India, they had to get congenial atmosphere and they had to work for the development of trade and commerce in India. Second point, when Indian trade and commerce was flourishing during 16th and 17th century, from other countries, people were coming for literary purpose also, and they contributed to the literary development in India. For example, large number of Persians came to India, and they contributed for compiling the books in Persian language. And there was interaction between Indian and foreign scholars. Even you know that Sufis came on large scale, and they had got information from the merchant that what type of atmosphere exists in India. And they found that there was an atmosphere of discourse which was absent in Central Asia, absent in Iran. It was only India where merchants were telling to them that in India, discourse, discussion could be organized. And they came. And you know that how Chishti Sufis, they also contributed to the cultural development of India. All these information were given to them by the merchant. Even the author of Tabqat-e-Nasri, he is writing that, Minhaj Siraj, that he got information about India, therefore, from the merchant. Therefore, he came to India and he contributed to the literary development. So now I will conclude that as far as trade and commerce of India was concerned, in medieval period, India gave opportunity to the others to come and take benefit of existing potentialities of economic development in India. And in India, the merchant from Arab, Persian, Central Asian, Chinese, even Africans, they were coming. For example, in Persian language, Africans were called Habshi. And Habshis are mentioned, that how they were working in India on large scale. Then European companies, they came. Therefore, we can say that India was a provider of shelter to the merchant. This was a type of Darul Aman for the merchant. They could work in India.
Thank you, sir. I mean, this is a very interesting information. I just wanted to add one more information that in 17th century, one French traveler has said, India is a place where job can easily be obtained. So the people used to come here to get the job. This is also referenced in the Persian. Since you were working on the technology and all that, so I just wanted to have your finding of the technology and how nails are being used, and that you please highlight on that.
Well, thank you. I will begin with trade. You see, when these four East India companies came, as my senior Jagar Saab told us, when these came in Europe, they had already developed trade techniques, like so they were developing it, and now the question arises: when they came, how did they succeed if we did not have something parallel to their achievements? I mean, the commercial techniques which we were using. For example, transfer of money in physical form was always hazardous. So in India, we had Hundika. And Hundika is a very old instrument in India. It is recorded for, from ancient times to medieval period. Hundika was one of the things, bills of exchange. So, and the other thing is, when they came, it was debated, with the coming of the Europeans, did the trade through overland decline, or, it prospered or continued? Later on, the Danish Saab is here, but when the mints were discovered in the land route, the caravan route, it was found most of the trade had not gone down. It had not leaved off, as Van Leeuwen says. It had not leaved off. It continued. It continued at the same level. In one of my papers, which I presented in Harvard, I have made it very clear that both the routes were carrying similar amount of both quantitatively and qualitatively, similar amount of trade was carried on. So that became possible because of large-scale production which was made, in India, because the raw material was here, and artisans were here, superb artisans. And when I say about artisans, I must say that
firmly on the ground. Close your eyes gently. Hands in Namaskar Mudra as we are going to recite a prayer from Krishna Yajurveda. And for that, I invite Dr. Aditi to sing it for you, the soulful hymn from Krishna Yajurveda.
सहनावतु सहनो भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहे तेजस्विनावधीमस्तु ते मा विद्विषावहे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Feel the magic of the Vedic mantras in your antahkaran. Rub both the hands. Place it on your eyes and then spread this yogic energy in the entire body. देश के किसी भी जगह, पूरे ग्लोब में किसी भी जगह ऐसी कौन सी सभ्यता है जहाँ पर इस प्रकार से गुरु और शिष्य एक साथ ज्ञान की उपासना के लिए प्रार्थना करते हों? हमारे देश का नाम ही भारत है। भा अर्थात नॉलेज, रत यानी कि टू बी इंगेज्ड इन। हम वो हैं जो सही ज्ञान के खोज में बरसों से, बेशक माइथोलॉजिकल टेल के कहने के अनुसार, पर हम लगे हैं। तो इसके साथ हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। ये 2 पॉइंट आपको याद रखने होंगे। तो दैट इज़ हाउ वी विल गो अबाउट टुडेज सेशन। Concept of yoga, let us understand that. Concept of time, procession of acquisition of knowledge, yogic sciences and Vedic literature, maritime connections according to the Bharatiya scriptures, and key takeaways. So what is yoga? It is a common perception according to the various portals of the ministry that the yoga is a science and art of healthy living. So let us see whether it is true or not. Yujyate anena iti yogaha. That which unites is yoga. That which unites is yoga. According to the etymology of the word yoga, which is derived from Sanskrit root yuj samadhau. That means ki meditation, trance, yujit yoge, union, and the yuj sanyamane, self-restraint. These are the 3 layers of yoga in which we go and explain. Now, according to the various scriptures, if any of the scriptures say that yoga is a science and art of healthy living, kaha chandasam yogama veda dhiro, this is from Rig Veda. Here, yojan and upyog, the meaning of the word yoga, for the utilization of supreme knowledge. Please take a note that utilization of supreme knowledge. According to Kathopanishad, firm resistance of the senses. According to Yoga Vasishtha, to calm down the mind. According to Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Samatvam Yoga Uchyate, a very, very famous verse. Taking success and failure as equal is yoga. Then further he says, Lord Krishna says, working skillfully. That means ki working in the proper consciousness is yoga. Several other definitions, not only this much, all the 18 chapters of Srimad Bhagavad Gita is named after yoga. For example, Arjun Vishada Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Vairagya Yoga, Dhyana Yoga, and so on. You keep reading and so on. So if we talk about yoga, and do not talk about Patanjali Yoga Sutra, that will be quite unfair. So Patanjali Yoga Sutra has 4 chapters, 196 aphorisms, sutras, and this tell entirely about the what, why, and how of yoga. So starting from the what of yoga, yoga chitta vritti nirodha, cessation of mind is yoga. What happens with that? Tada drashtu swarupe avasthanam, then the seer rests in its true nature. What are the ingredients required? Abhyas and vairagya. What are the various stages? So right from the Vashika Sangya, detachment, to the upper stage of Samadhi, that is the Asampragya Samadhi. What happens with that? And this is where we need to stop here in today's session, Ritambra Tadr Pragya. And what is that Ritambra Pragya? It is the inner clarity and the truth-bearing wisdom. And further in second chapter, he tells about the methods, the Kriya Yoga, the Ashtanga Yoga, Yamaniyam, Asana, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharana, Dhyan, and Samadhi. Here, a small portion, Asana and Pranayam and Dharana, may be attributed to the physical and mental strength. In third chapter, he tells about the immediate gains in terms of Vibhuti. And what are these immediate gains? He says that one not only gains the knowledge, but he has a command over the knowledge, on that knowledge, and that is the Vibhuti, the power. And of course, in this fourth chapter, the ultimate goal, liberation. Yoga is also a union, dissolution as a union. Atma to Brahman is the Kaivalya, moksha we all know. But union of the expanded consciousness to the subject of question, leads to the Vishesha Jnana. And then dissolution from Chitta Vritti, Vasana, Avidya, and so on. Yoga has been used as a sadhya as well as sadhana. As a sadhana, now it sells in different yogic shops as a commodity. So now for us today, the Lay Yoga, Mantra Yoga, Kundalini Yoga, all these are the commodities which are being sold. Let us understand the history of yoga, which is very important for today, for this conclave. Again, a direct primary reference from Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Mahasha sapta purve chatvaro manavastata madbhava manasa jata yesham lok imaha prajaha. So it says the Brahma emerged from the Hiranyagarbha energy of the Vishnu, and then further from Brahma emerged with the 4 Kumaras who were proficient in yogic sciences, not only the science of and art of healthy living. And then came, from the Kumaras came the 7 sages, the Saptarishi, and from Saptarishis came the 14 Manus. And today, we are in the reign of the 7th Manu, that is the Vaivasvat Manu, and the reign is Vaivasvat Manvantar. So with this understanding of yoga, let us understand the concept of time, which is very, very different as per the Indian philosophy. उस अजन्मे अमर्त्य महाकाल को न जन्म से, न मृत्यु से, न संबंधों से योजित या विभाजित किया जा सकता है, उस महानियम के निकट हम केवल कर्म के क्षण हैं. ये कुछ पंक्तियां नरेश मेहता जी की काफ़ी हैं, एक बहुत बड़ा विज्ञान और कॉन्सेप्ट टाइमलेस का समझाने के लिए काल. अब देखते हैं कि जो घड़ी मापक यंत्र है उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम किस तरीके से इसको नापेंगे. तो कॉस्मिक टाइमलाइन के अकॉर्डिंग टुडे वी आर इन द 28th महायुगा ऑफ वैवस्वत मनवंतर, and that too 5,120 years have passed into Kali Yuga, and before that 6 manvantras have passed. So how much time has elapsed? 1 अरब 85 लाख, उम्मीद करती हूँ अरब और लाख समझ में आएंगे. 1 अरब 85 करोड़ 24 लाख और 16,000 वर्ष ऑलरेडी निकल चुके हैं, जब हिरण्यगर्भ के साथ प्रकृति का आविर्भाव हुआ और ज्ञान का उद्भव हुआ. तो हमारी नॉलेज जो हमारे स्क्रिप्चर्स में है वो टाइमलेस है. अब देखते हैं कि एक्विजिशन ऑफ नॉलेज अकॉर्डिंग टू इंडियन स्क्रिप्चर्स क्या है, अकॉर्डिंग टू मॉडर्न साइंस. we all know the scientific methodology. So again, evidence from Srimad Bhagavad Gita, where the Lord says the Prakriti has two aspects. One is Para, which is the Chetan or the Brahman, which holds the entire Prakriti, and the other is Apara, the Panch Mahabhutas, Man, Buddhi, Ahankar, the cognitive process. And since we have two aspects of Prakriti, this nature, we have two types of Pratyaksh, the Pramana, the evidence according to the Nyaya Darshan. And to understand Apara Vidya, we have Lokik. Through these senses, equipments, and various experiments, we can gain the knowledge of this gross world. But what about the subtle world and the causal world? For that, we need to go for extraordinary perception, which can be attained through yoga or through samadhi, the alaukic one. So let us see what are the various layers. This is according to the Sankhya, Purush and Prakriti. Mahat is the intelligence, the Tattva. And then this is from the causal came the subtle, and from subtle came the subtle matter. You can see the Sukshma Mahadbhut. Everything is in subtle matter form. And then came the gross matter. So the gross matter and a bit of subtle matter can be understood through the scientific technologies and methodologies today. So how about the acquisition of knowledge according to the Patanjali Yoga Sutra? So there are the four sutras I have taken. Trayamekatra Sanyama you can consider as a deep stage of samadhi, dharana, dhyan and samadhi. What happens with that? Shirna vritte rabhi jatasya. जो मन की वृत्तियां हैं वो क्षीण हो जाती हैं, जिससे कि जो हमारा मनस है वो एक क्रिस्टल की तरह क्लियर हो जाता है. और जब आप उसे किसी भी चीज पे जो भी क्वेश्चन है हमारा सब्जेक्ट ऑफ क्वेरी उस पे रखेंगे तो ग्रहण ग्राह्येषु ये तीनों शक्तियां जो हैं समापत्ति हो जाती है, एक हो जाते हैं और ट्रू नॉलेज आती है. क्या होता है उससे? ऋतंबरा तद्र प्रज्ञा. जो प्रज्ञा सुने हुए और अनुमान किए हुए ज्ञान से विशेष होती है, इसलिए हम उसे विज्ञान कहते हैं. चूंकि मैं इसे कई बार कह चुकी हूँ, सो लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज विशेष ज्ञान, व्हाट इज विज्ञान. मानिए कि आपके आगे बास्केट में भर के आम रखे हैं और आप देखें अपनी आंखों से तो आप ये बता सकते हैं कि ये आम है. पहली बात. दूसरी बात, कौन से आम है ये बता सकते हैं. शायद हमारी सीमा यहाँ तक है, जो ज़्यादा ज्ञानी होगा वो कुछ और बता पाएगा. दैट्स ऑल. बट विशेष ज्ञान कहता है कि ये आम किस जगह से आए हैं, इनकी क्या जाति है, इनका क्या लक्षण है, किस गार्डन के हैं, किस शाखा से टूटे हैं. जितना डीपर जाएंगे उतनी ही नॉलेज हमें उसके बारे में मिलेगी और ये ही है विशेष ज्ञान. तो एक एनिमेशन के थ्रू देखते हैं कि एक्विजिशन ऑफ नॉलेज कैसे होती है. ये आज का साइंटिफिक मेथड है कि कॉग्निटिव प्रोसेस के थ्रू एंड 5 सेंसेस के थ्रू वी अंडरस्टैंड द वर्ल्ड. एंड व्हाट डज द स्क्रिप्चर सेज कि हमने सब डिसोल्यूशन हो गया, सारा मन जो है क्रिस्टल क्लियर हो गया. प्रत्याहार से जितनी भी इंद्रियां थी वो अंतर्मुखी हो गई और फिर क्या हुआ कि फिर सब कुछ मर्ज होके एक हो गया और हमें ट्रू नॉलेज ही देखने के लिए मिलती है. ये कुछ आश्चर्यजनक सूत्र, ज़्यादा समय नहीं है लेकिन मैं आपको केवल इतना बता सकती हूँ ये डायरेक्ट रेफरेंस के थ्रू कि किस तरीके से महर्षि पतंजलि ने उस समय शब्द प्रत्यय नाम इतर इतर अध्यासात में बताया है. सिमेंटिक्स, लिंग्विस्टिक, कॉग्निटिव साइंस, काय रूप संयमात में मॉडर्न कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ ऑप्टिक्स, रिफ्लेक्शन, परसेप्शन, प्रवृत्ति आलोक में ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द क्वांटम इंटेंगलमेंट, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स एंड भुवन ज्ञानम सूर्य संयमात में ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट ऑल द 4 रियल्म्स ऑफ लाइफ. Chandre Tara View Gyanam, Dhruve Tadgati Gyanam, he's talking about the astronomy, celestial navigation, astrophysics, all aspects of it. So yogic sciences in Vedic literature, I can't read all of them, but you can see that no aspect of life has been left untouched. Look at these knowledge, fields of knowledge that you will find in great detail, which are true still date. And I am sure it will remain, no one can falsify it. So I am giving it a small time so that you can read it. Now, what are that Vedic literature? Small glimpse of it. Shruti, Smriti, Itihas, Purana, Agams, and Darshan. Huge literature that we talk about. Hardly we talk about. Here, specifically, I will talk about Anantaha Vaivedaha. Systems of knowledge are infinite. Systems of knowledge are infinite. Here we can say that Vedanga that we have to go through before going to the Vedas, Jyotish. So if we want to talk about the maritime connections, if we want to talk about the maritime connections of the history from the past, if we don't talk about the Jyotish, it will be quite futile. Why so? Because in that earlier times, people traveled through the celestial astronomy. And through those celestial astronomy, then again, how will they predict the weather when they should move? So it was also calculated, the weather was forecasted through the Jyotish calculations. It was highly defined and very precise, extremely precise. And then again, if we talk about the Lothal, the Indian Saraswati civilizations, then we say that very good town planning, very good architecture and all that stuff, the dogs and all that. But we don't talk about the Shilpa Vedas. We should try to understand what is written in the Shilpa Veda and how these towns are complying with that. So probably we will understand it's not only about the other things. You need to verify these towns from the Shilpa Veda, which talks about the architecture and the civil engineering. So there are a couple of references, and I will not stop here to read because from past 2 days, you all know about it in great detail, and you are talking about it. Just I'll name Arthashastra, Manusmriti, Mahabharata, Sutras, Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, Puranas, and all the Vedas are talking about the maritime connections. Very specific references, shlokas, hymns can be given to prove that. So let us, the takeaway, what is the yogic sciences? A system of acquiring true and complete knowledge which rests on 3 pillars. Yoga, the Samadhi. Sanskrit, a very highly scientific language. एक बहुत scientific language के अंदर किस तरीके से हम unscientific प्रलाप कर सकते हैं, यह सोचने का विषय है. Epistemology, a small glimpse of the Indian epistemology. Maharshi Patanjali has spoken about the 5 vrittis, Praman, Viparya, Vikalp, Nidda, Smriti, right knowledge, discrimination. And about the Praman, he says, Pratyaksh, Anuman or Agam, perception, inference and testimony. And Agam is the word of the realized ones. So our Vedas are the Agams, the testimonies, the direct evidences, hard evidences. और हमको उनको इसी तरीके से, इसी श्रद्धा के साथ लेना चाहिए. विकल्प के बारे में वो कहते हैं कि शब्द ज्ञान के बिना जो वस्तु शून्य है, ऐसी कल्पना विकल्प कहलाती है. Myth, a myth is a commonly believed but a false idea. अब सोचने का विषय ये है कि क्या हमारे शास्त्रों में कही गई बातें माइथोलॉजिकल टेल्स हैं? क्या एक्सप्रेशन को हम अगर वो कहानी के रूप में है तो हम उन्हें माइथोलॉजिकल टेल्स कहेंगे? ये सोचने का विषय है कि क्या इस प्रकार बहुत ज़्यादा वैज्ञानिक भाषा के अंदर हमें एक विकल्प, एक काल्पनिक हम बातें कहेंगे. अगर मैं पोल स्टार की ही बात करूं तो पोल स्टार की भी एक कहानी है, मैथोलॉजिकल स्टोरी है. हमारी भाषा में हमारे आक्रांताओं के द्वारा दिए गए इस पर्सपेक्टिव और शब्द जो हमारे अंदर बैठ चुका है, उसके अनुसार, इस काल्पनिक कहानी के अनुसार जो ज्ञान हमको दिया गया है, ध्रुव तारा आज भी वहीं पे है, वही उसका कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स है. उसके पद के बारे में हम बात करते हैं तो पृथ्वी की एक एक्सेस, एक इस तरीके का पद है, उसका ऐसी पोजीशनिंग है कि वो ऐसा लगता है कि हमेशा बिल्कुल स्थिर है. तो क्या ये बात कपोल कल्पना है? क्या ये माइथोलॉजी है? तो इस बारे में, इस विषय में हमें सोचने की ज़रूरत है. जब तक हम अपने इस पर्सपेक्टिव को चेंज नहीं करेंगे तो जितना भी हम कहें वो सब क्या रहेगा, ये आपको खुद ही सोचना चाहिए. तो यहाँ से हम केवल इतनी ही बात करेंगे कि योगा इज नॉट ओनली द साइंस ऑफ हेल्दी लिविंग, मच बियॉन्ड इट. there is a strong need to establish the correct timeline for the Vedic literature. Again, I will repeat, there is a strong need to establish the correct timeline of Vedic literature. 1500 BC का इसको मानना बहुत ज़्यादा गलत है. किसने कहा? किसने इसको क्या विवेकानंद जी ने कहा? क्या महर्षि अरविंद ने कहा? क्या और जो वास्तव में योगी हैं उन्होंने ये टाइमलाइन दी है? किसने इस टाइमलाइन को माना है? अंत में मैं इसको समाप्त करना चाहती हूँ. एक बहुत ही सुंदर हमारे ईशा उपनिषद का श्लोक है और जो कि इनफाइनाइट नेचर ऑफ रियलिटी को शो करता है. आई विल अगेन इनवाइट डॉक्टर आदिति टू सिंग दिस फॉर अस and I request everyone to close the eyes and feel the vibrations.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vishishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, नमन और वंदन. खासकर की मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ PSW का विशेष आभार, वसंत शिंदे सर का विशेष आभार कि इस टॉक को, जैसा कि उन्होंने अपने एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में लिखा है, अपने परसेप्शन के साथ इस कॉन्क्लेव में स्थान दिया.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this lovely, peaceful session that we just had. May I now invite Mr. Jata Shah to kindly felicitate our speaker. Can we give ma'am a round of applause, please? We now have two simultaneous panel discussions, one in the boardroom and one in the session hall. In the boardroom, we will now be discussing the evolution of Maratha naval power, and in the session hall, we will be discussing contribution of Cholas to maritime history of India. I request the audience to kindly disperse according to their interest to the two panel discussions that we have going on right now.
सभी की जानकारी के लिए कि मैं लकुलिश योगा यूनिवर्सिटी से, वह यूनिवर्सिटी जो हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर जब वो गुजरात के CM थे, और भारत की एकमात्र योगा यूनिवर्सिटी जिसको उन्होंने उस समय इनॉग्रेट किया था. मैं वहाँ की रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ यौगिक साइंसेस की. थैंक यू.
I request the audience to kindly disperse to either of the two rooms that have different panel discussions going on as we speak. In the boardroom, we are discussing the evolution of Maratha naval power, and in the session hall, we are discussing contribution of Cholas to maritime history of India. I request the audience to kindly disperse for either of the two panel discussions. For both the halls, kindly take the right side of the stage. Both the boardroom and the session hall are at the back of this hall. As we prepare this hall for the valedictory session, we request the audience to kindly disperse to either of the two halls. In the boardroom, we are discussing the evolution of Maratha naval power, and in the session hall, we are discussing contribution of Cholas to maritime history of India. For both the rooms, kindly take the right side of the stage.
in session 2 on hall 2. Please join us over there. And we have our parallel session running on evolution of Maratha naval power in boardroom.
are with us right now, and they have graced the occasion with their presence. And we give them a very warm welcome to India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024. May we request you to kindly give a huge round of applause to all our esteemed dignitaries, the Honorable Member of Parliament who are here. Thank you so much for joining us and taking out your precious time to grace this auspicious day.
Please call all the dignitaries sitting on the dais. You have the list, right? The name of the people who are in the dais.
No? एक-एक करके सबको बुला लेती हूँ ना। सही है, सही है।
नाम अभी लेटेस्ट मिला है ना?
हाँ जी, बुलाऊँ? सर नाम लिख लीजिए।
मंत्री जी को रिक्वेस्ट करिए to felicitate all the leaders.
नीचे से। Okay. Now I would request the Joint Secretary of MOPSW to escort the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, to kindly give a warm welcome and felicitate all our esteemed Member of Parliament who have graced this occasions with their presence. Can we give a huge round of applause to all of them? Let me tell you, the Honorable Member of Parliament who are with us today, give them a warm welcome with a warm round of applause. Shri Birendra Beshya, Shri Rameshwar Teli, Shri Tapir Gao, Shri Dilip Sekhya. It's a huge honor to welcome other Honorable MPs as well. Shri Kamakhya Prasad Tasa, Shri Fani Bhushan Chaudhary, Shri Pradhan Barua, Shri Kripanath Malla, Shrimati Bijuli Kalita Medhi, Shri Rangaura Narzari, Shri Parimal Sukla Baidya, Shri Supong Ren Jamir, Mr. Alfred Kagam S. Arthur, Shri Saling A. Sangma, Shri Joyanta Basumatri, Shri Rajiv Bhattacharji, the Honorable MP from Rajya Sabha, Shri Vishnu Padare, the Honorable MP from Lok Sabha, along with all of them, Shri Sadanand Tanavade, the Honorable MP from Rajya Sabha. It's a huge honor to give a warm welcome to all the esteemed Member of Parliament who are here. Thank you so much for taking out your precious time and giving your gracious presence, our heartfelt gratitude to you all. And today, it's a privilege to welcome the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways to the India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji. Please give a huge round of applause to the Honorable Minister as he joins us on the dais. He is a visionary leader and a true son of the soil. Shri Sonowal has been instrumental in transforming India's maritime sector, making it a key pillar of economic growth and global connectivity. Along with the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, I would like to take the honor to invite on the dais the Honorable Minister of State for Defence, Shri Sanjay Seth. On the dais, please give him a warm welcome as he joins us on the stage. Shri Seth has been a steadfast pillar of strength in safeguarding the sovereignty and security of our country, and he is a true visionary. Well, along with the Honorable Minister of State for Defence, I would like to take the privilege to welcome on the dais the Honorable Minister of State of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Shri S.P. Singh Baghel. On the dais, may I have great honor to invite you on the stage, sir. A leader of extraordinary vision and dedication, Shri Baghel has played a pivotal role in empowering rural livelihoods, boosting India's dairy and fisheries sector, and fostering sustainable practices that honor our traditional wisdom while embracing modern innovation as well. And along with the Honorable Minister of State of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, I would like to take the honor to invite on the dais the Honorable Minister of State of External Affairs, Shri Prabitra Margarita. On the dais, we are delighted to have Shri Margarita with us today. He is a dynamic leader and true representative of India's diverse cultural fabric. Also, he has been instrumental in strengthening India's global partnerships and enhancing our nation's diplomatic presence on the world stage. May I request you all to kindly give them a huge round of applause as they have joined us on the dais. And now, for the felicitation process, I would like to welcome Shri Lakshman, who is a Joint Secretary, MOPSW, to kindly, first of all, felicitate the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Somwalji. With a bouquet of flowers, and along with the memento that we have for the Honorable Minister, let me tell you the mementos given to the prestigious dignitaries on the dais depicts the 12th, 13th century CE royal barge made of precious stones from Orissa. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your precious time for us. And now I would request Shri Lakshman to felicitate the Honorable Minister of State for Defence, Shri Sanjay Seth. May I request you all to give a warm welcome by giving a round of applause to them. Thank you, Shri Lakshman. And now I would like to invite Shri Manoj Kumar Semwal, the MD IPRCL, to felicitate the Honorable Minister of State of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Shri S.P. Singh Baghel. May I request Shri Manoj Kumar Semwal to kindly felicitate him with a shawl and a memento. And now I would request Shri Manoj Kumar Semwal to felicitate the Honorable Minister of State of External Affairs, Shri Prabitra Margarita, with the shawl and memento. Can we please welcome all our respected Honorable Ministers on the dais with a round of applause. And after this, we move forward, and I would request the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Shri Prabitra Margarita, to kindly come forward and grace us and address the gathering with his kind thoughts and words of wisdom.
Namaskar. Paramadirnya, Sri Sarbananda Sonowal Dangoria, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sanjay Seth, MOS Defence, Sri S.P. Singh Baghel, MOS Fisheries and Animal Husbandry, Sri T.K. Ramachandran, Secretary, Ports, Shipping and Waterways, respected members of Parliament, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening. I'm honored to be here at the first India Maritime Heritage Conclave organized by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. It was indeed the need of the hour to explore the profound significance of India's rich maritime heritage that has shaped our cultural, economic, and social landscape. Throughout history, various dynasties and empires have made remarkable contributions. For instance, the Chola dynasty of the Sangam period pioneered maritime trade and witnessed thriving trade and commerce connecting South India with West Asia, China, and Southeast Asia. We must also not forget the Maratha naval power, how Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj recognized the importance of naval power, establishing the Maratha Armada and earning the title Father of Indian Navy. As our Honorable Prime Minister Paramadaniniya Narendra Modi ji said in his message yesterday, I quote, "Our earliest scriptures are replete with references to the seas and to Varuna, the god of seas and oceans. Samudra Manthan is among the earliest manifestations of our connection of the sea with life and prosperity. It is a moment of pride for India that Lothal, known as the site of the world's first dockyard situated on the Gujarat coast, is now witnessing the construction of the National Maritime Heritage Complex, a grand museum dedicated to showcasing India's 5,000-year-old maritime history that began with the Harappan civilization. The museum will be a global hub for marine archaeology, conservation, and maritime technologies research. It will be a center of maritime education and international collaboration. Our maritime legacy has not only shaped our past but continues to inspire our present and future. As it is rightly said, to know your future, you must first know your past. The historical focus provides a strong foundation for envisioning a brighter and more connected tomorrow. We must also remember that our maritime heritage is not just a national asset, but also a valuable global resource. Our seas and oceans transcend borders, linking nations in trade, security, and environmental responsibility. India remains committed to building strong, collaborative maritime partnerships. We have consistently supported multilateral mechanisms and engaged with like-minded partners, underlining the importance of ensuring a free, open, and inclusive maritime region. Our vision of a blue economy anchored in sustainability and innovation is well positioned to lead the way towards a prosperous and secure maritime future. Initiatives like the Sagarmala project stand as a testament to our commitment to revitalizing maritime infrastructure, boosting coastal economies, and enhancing trade connectivity. As we conclude the chapter of India Maritime Heritage Conclave, let us carry forward the spirit of sustainability, innovation, and global cooperation in a maritime domain. May these themes guide our efforts we navigate the future of our oceans and seas. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and organizers of this conclave. Following the philosophy of Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi, I am sure the conclave will play a pivotal role in strengthening cultural and economic ties while promoting sustainable maritime development and positioning India as a key player in the maritime industry. Lastly, I would like to thank once again the captain of the ship, that is the Minister of Ports and our Minister of Ports and Shipping, Sarbananda Sonowal Dangoria. He is the captain of the ship, and Paramadaniniya Narendra Modi ji is like our lighthouse, the source of inspiration, the source of energy, under which guidance we are sailing forward. We are making head the way in the path of peace, harmony, and prosperity. Thank you. Bande Mataram.
Thank you so much, Shri Margarita, for sharing such inspiring words with all of us. And now I would take the honor to request the Honorable Minister of State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Shri S.P. Singh Baghel, to step forward and share their inspiring words and their kind thoughts with all of us.
इंडियन मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉन्क्लेव 2024 के इस मंच पर विराजमान खाली नॉर्थ ईस्ट नहीं, पूरे देश के स्माइलिंग फेस हमारे मंत्री माननीय श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल साहब, केंद्रीय बंदरगाह, शिपिंग और जलमार्ग, हमारे मित्र और भाई श्री संजय सेठ, रक्षा राज्य मंत्री, हमारे राज्य मंत्री मार्गरेट जी पवित्र, टी.के. रामचंद्रन साहब सचिव, लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के माननीय सभी हमारे मित्र सांसदगण, विभिन्न मंत्रालयों के अधिकारी, विश्वविद्यालयों के छात्र, समुद्री प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों के कैडेट्स, विश्व के अनेक अन्य देशों के आए हुए प्रतिनिधिगण, देवियों एवं सज्जनों, ऑटोमन नौसेना के एडमिरल हेरेडीन बारबोसा ने सम्राट सुलेमान से कहा था कि जो समुद्र पर शासन करता है वो एक दिन पृथ्वी पर भी शासन करेगा। शासन का मतलब ये नहीं है कि देश पर कब्जा कर लें। शासन का मतलब आजकल कब्जा भी हो सकता है और इकोनॉमी पे कब्जा हो सकता है, क्योंकि व्यापार के मार्गों का एक बड़ा मार्ग जल मार्ग है, समुद्र मार्ग है। प्रदर्शनी के जो मैं पहले आ गया था तो एग्जीबिशन देखी, नावों के विकास, नेविगेशन का विकास, लाइट हाउस का विकास, वेसल्स का डेवलपमेंट, इंडियन हड़प्पा संस्कृति से यहाँ तक इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन से लेकर और आज के 2024 तक क्या प्रगति की है, एक छत के नीचे इससे अच्छा सुंदर चित्रण और कोई दूसरा हो नहीं सकता। मैं सोनोवाल जी का धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि ये 2 दिन से आगे भी रहती और छात्रों को इसका विकास, एवोल्यूशन ऑफ द नेवी यहाँ सीखने को मिलता। खैर, पवित्र जी ने शिवाजी महाराज की नेवी से लेकर और भारत के समुद्र मंथन का जिक्र किया। अलाउद्दीन खिलजी ने भी अपनी नेवी को बहुत डेवलप किया था। वो भी नेपोलियन की तरह विश्व विजेता बनना चाहता था। हमारे ब्रिटिशर्स कुछ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बैठे हुए हैं। ब्रिटेन ने भी अपनी नेवी की वजह से उनका सूरज कभी डूबता नहीं था। भारत में भी नेवी के क्षेत्र में नौकायन के क्षेत्र में, समुद्री मार्ग के क्षेत्र में, जलपोत के क्षेत्र में हमने बहुत ही प्रगति की है। भारत का समुद्री इतिहास, और खाली इस मामले में नहीं की है, जिस समय लोगों के पास जलपोत नहीं थे, अच्छे जलयान नहीं थे, भारत के पास हवाई जहाज था। 1,05,000 साल पहले त्रेता था, 5200 साल पहले द्वापर था। ऋषि भारद्वाज जी ने पुष्पक बनाया था, रावण हाईजैक करके ले गया था। वातानुकूलित था, ऐसा रामचरितमानस में जिक्र है। एक शानुसार चलता था, ये भी रामायण में जिक्र है। रामचरितमानस को आप 500 साल कह सकते हैं, अकबर के समकालीन थे, लेकिन महर्षि वाल्मीकि तो राम के समकालीन थे। तो ये रामायण है, रामचरितमानस है या गीता है, ये गुलशन नंदा, प्रेम वाजपेयी, रानू, इब्ने सफ़ी, बी.ए. जेम्स शेटली चेज या आर्थर कॉनन डायल के पात्र नहीं है। ये सब हुए थे, ये हैं और ये रहेंगे। भारत विश्वगुरु था, नहीं है, हो जाएगा। राइट ब्रदर्स ने हवाई जहाज बाद में बनाया है, हमारे यहाँ पुष्पक विमान पहले बन चुका। दुनिया के देशों ने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट बहुत बाद में बनाई, हमारे पास कर्ण के पास त्रेता में 5300 साल पहले थी। लोगों ने बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल्स बाद में बनाई, हमारे पास अग्निबाण थे। मार्कोनी ने रेडियो और वायरलेस बहुत बाद में बनाया, हमारे पास आकाशवाणी 5400 साल पहले थी। जब कंस अपनी प्यारी बहन को लेकर मेरी लोकसभा से होकर गुजर रहे थे, बटेश्वर से मथुरा जा रहे थे, तो आकाशवाणी हुई थी, एफएम था हमारे पास कि तुम जिनको लेके जा रहे हो उसका पुत्र तुम्हें मारेगा। जब ऑक्सफोर्ड की हमारे गोरे भाई नींव खोद रहे थे, उस समय नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय को बख्तियार खिलजी जला रहा था। हम दुनिया को फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, बॉटनी, जूलॉजी, फिलॉसफी, आयुर्वेद पढ़ा रहे थे। बीच के गुलामी के कार्यकाल ने थोड़ा हमें पीछे किया। हम पर्दा प्रथा हो गए, हम सती प्रथा में आ गए, हम जौहर करने लगे, हम बाल विवाह करने लगे। मुझे लगता है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो नींव रखी जा रही है, 2047 में हम पक्का विश्वगुरु बनेंगे, हम विकसित राष्ट्र बनेंगे, हम सुपर पावर होंगे, हम नंबर 1 इकोनॉमी होंगे। तो मैं नहीं चाहता कि एक सा भाषण हम लोग सब लोग दें। तो विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में, सर्जरी का भी बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल हमारे पास है। हमारे प्रथम देवता गणेश जी हैं। विदेश के लोग लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट करके या हार्ट ट्रांसप्लांट करके बहुत अपनी पीठ ठोकते हैं, हमने तो इंसान के शरीर पर हाथी के सिर को ट्रांसप्लांट किया है और सक्सेसफुल किया है। आज भी अगर आप दुनिया के कहीं भी देश में अपनी बाईपास या लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट कराने जाओगे तो उस टीम में एक भारतीय चिकित्सक 100% होगा। हमारे डीएनए में साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है। 7500 किलोमीटर हमारा तटीय क्षेत्र है, कोस्टल। हमारे फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी ने केवल फिशिंग नहीं की है, बल्कि देश की रक्षा भी की है। उनकी सूचनाएं आती थीं और हम लोग सक्रिय हो जाते थे। हमारे बंदरगाहों के फॉसिल्स ये बता रहे हैं कि हम बहुत भयंकर व्यापार करते थे। हमारे यहाँ कहानी है कि एक व्यापारी अपनी नाव लेके व्यापार करने गया था, तो रास्ते में तूफान आ गया। तो ये सत्यनारायण की कथा में पढ़ते नहीं हम, लीलावती और कलावती, तो उसने कहा कि यदि हम कुशल आ जाएंगे तो हम कथा करेंगे। इसका मतलब हम समुद्री व्यापार करते थे। हमारी मलमल ऐसी थी कि एक अंगूठी में से आप 100 मीटर मलमल को निकाल सकते थे। हमारे दक्षिण भारत के मसाले की जानलेवा महक दुनिया को इतनी प्रभावित करी कि भारत की खोज होने लगी। और इस पानी ने ही, सोनोवाल साहब के विभाग ने, इस जल मार्ग ने हमें गुलाम भी बनाया है। ना वास्को डिगामा आता, ना हमारी खोज होती। तो जहांगीर अपने दरबार में बैठे हुए थे, शहजादी रोती हुए आती है। बादशाह ने कहा क्या हुआ? बोले शहजादी का हाथ जल गया है। अच्छा है मैं हिंदी में भाषण दे रहा हूँ। तो एक अंग्रेज बैठे हुए थे, तो उन्होंने अपने झोले में से एक मलहम निकाला और शहजादी को लगाया। शहजादी को ठंडक पहुंची, बादशाह खुश हुआ। पूछा मांगो, क्या मांग रहे हो? तो उसने कहा कुछ नहीं महाराज, एक 10 बाई 20 का टेंट कालीकट में लगाना है। तो 10 बाई 20 का टेंट 20 बाई 40, 40 बाई 80, 80 बाई 180 होते होते ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के रूप में हमें गुलाम कर गया। तो इस भारत को एक वैसलीन ने गुलाम किया है। वो मल्लम वैसलीन थी। इसके बाद 1857 हम हार गए, हम रानी के गुलामटे हो गए। लेकिन आज बहुत खुशी की बात है कि भारत 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था हो गया है, जिसमें सोनोवाल विभाग का बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। हमारी मछलियां तो जा ही नहीं पाएंगी अगर आपका समुद्री मार्ग ना हो। तो जब से नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस विभाग को हजारों करोड़ रुपए देके बंदरगाहों को सुसज्जित किया है, मुझे लगता है विश्व का सबसे अच्छा हम बना रहे हैं ना पालघर। सोनोवाल जी, हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के यहाँ पालघर महाराष्ट्र में मिले थे। क्या वर्ल्ड का वो सबसे बड़ा बंदरगाह बन रहा है या भारत का नंबर 1 बन रहा है? भारत का सबसे बड़ा बन रहा है। तो हर विभाग को लाभ होगा। अगर वो बंदरगाह सबसे बड़ा बन रहा है तो हमारी नेवी भी बहुत मजबूत होगी, हमारी सब्जियों का भी एक्सपोर्ट होगा, क्योंकि समुद्री मार्ग सबसे सस्ता यातायात होता है। तो मेरा मन थोड़ा दिल की बातें करने का था। लिखा हुआ भाषण मेरा पढ़ने का मन नहीं कर रहा है। मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि इस मौके पर आपने बुलाया और मुझे पूरा जलयान, नौका, रस्सियाँ, उसका लंगर, लाइट हाउस का एवोल्यूशन, पाल वाली नावें जो हवा के रुख से चलती थी। मुझे खुशी है कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 600 करोड़ रुपए हमारे विभाग ने इसरो को दिया है कि ट्रांसपोंडर 1 लाख हम लोग फिशरमैन को देंगे, जिससे आंधी, बरसात, तूफान, सुनामी, हवा की गति, हवा का रुख, लंका की बाउंड्री कब शुरू हो रही है, इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री हम कब क्रॉस करने जा रहे हैं, कितनी दूर है, इंटर स्टेट, क्योंकि कुछ मुकदमे मैं देख रहा हूँ आंध्रा, तमिलनाडु और कर्नाटक के भी आपस में फिशरमैन में चल रहे हैं। तो इंटर स्टेट समुद्र की सीमा हम कब लांघ रहे हैं, आदि आदि उस ट्रांसपोर्टर से पता चलेगा। तो उसमें अगर हम इसको देकर 1 लाख दे करके 600 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करके अपने फिशरमैन भाइयों की लाइफ को अगर बचा पा रहे हैं तो 600 करोड़ रुपए कम है, इंसान की जीवन ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। विस्तार से सोनोवाल जी अपने विभाग के बारे में बताएंगे, लेकिन आप तो खजाने से भरपूर हैं। समुद्र मंथन में ऐरावत निकला, उच्छेसरवा घोड़ा निकला, पारिजात का पेड़ निकला, संभवतः रंभा संभा भी निकली, हो सकता है मैं गलत हूँ, और वैजंती माला निकली, और जो शंख कृष्ण जी बजाते थे वो शंख निकला। इसका मतलब समुद्र संपदाओं से भरा है। संपदाओं से कितना भरा है कि 14 से पहले हम मछली उत्पादन कितना करते थे, और मोदी जी ने इस विभाग की इम्पोर्टेंस समझते हुए आज़ादी के 65 साल बाद मछली विभाग को कृषि से मुक्ति दिलाई, अलग किया, पशुपालन को अलग किया, फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट डेयरी को अलग किया, वरना कृषि विभाग के बरगद के नीचे मछलियां थोड़ी सूख रही थी। वो इसलिए सूख रही थी कि वो अपने आप में इतना बड़ा विभाग था कि चाहे मंत्री हों चाहे सेक्रेटरी हों, उनकी लास्ट प्रायोरिटी में फिशरी आती थी, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री आती थी। आज मोदी जी ने फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट अलग करके, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री अलग करके, डेयरी को अलग करके, और जो प्रधानमंत्री का सपना है कि किसानों की आय को दुगना किया जाए, तो वो खेती के साथ नहीं हो सकता है। परंपरागत खेती के साथ जब तक मछली पालन नहीं होगा, मुर्गी पालन नहीं होगा, बकरी पालन नहीं होगा, सुअर पालन नहीं होगा, फूलों की खेती नहीं होगी, फलों की खेती नहीं होगी, ड्रिप इरिगेशन नहीं होगा, स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन नहीं होगा, ऑर्गेनिक खेती नहीं होगी और प्राकृतिक खेती नहीं होगी, तब तक इनकम दुगनी नहीं हो सकती है। हमारा सोनोवाल जी के विभाग से बड़ा गहरा संबंध है। पकड़ेंगे हम और ले जाएंगे इनके विभाग के माध्यम से दूसरे राज्यों को और विदेश को। अभी अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से हमारे एमपी साहब बैठे हैं, अंडमान निकोबार में आपकी टूना क्लस्टर का हम लोग एक शिलान्यास करके आए हैं। तो आपकी टूना जो हम पकड़ेंगे, आपके वाहन से, आपके जलपोत से उसको मलेशिया ले जाएंगे और उसको थाईलैंड ले जाएंगे, तो निश्चित तौर से हमारे आइलैंड की, हमारे पोर्ट ब्लेयर के फिशरमैन की इकनॉमी बढ़ेगी। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मुझे इस मौके पर आने का और अपनी बात कहने का जो अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। तो ये जो जिसकी समुद्री सीमाएं मजबूत होंगी, व्यापार होगा। हम इंडियन ओशन पर हमने राज किया है अपने व्यापार से, चाहे जावा हो, सुमात्रा हो, आदि देशों में हमारा सामान इधर से जाता था और जो हम नहीं पैदा करते थे उधर से लेकर के आते थे। थैंक यू वेरी मच इस सुंदर आयोजन के लिए, इस सुंदर एग्जीबिशन के लिए। मेरे जैसे छात्र को ए से लेके जेड तक आधे घंटे में मैं भारत का जलयान संबंधी विकास को देख सका हूँ। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि एक दिन हम भी अपने समुद्री मार्गों से दुनिया में व्यापार में राज करेंगे। धन्यवाद। हम ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी नहीं बनेंगे, लेकिन हम अपना व्यापार जरूर करेंगे और निर्यात ज़्यादा करेंगे और आयात कम करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपकी बेहद खूबसूरत और प्रेरणादायक शब्दों को हमारे साथ शेयर करने के लिए। Thank you so much. And now I would like to take the opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, Shri Sanjay Seth ji, to kindly come forward and address the gathering with his perspective with us.
बोले भारत माता की जय। आवाज नहीं आ रही भाई। बोले भारत माता की
जय।
वंदे वंदे। आज मैरिटाइम हेरिटेज कॉन्क्लेव के अवसर पर हमारे बीच में हमारे सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, जिनके नेतृत्व में पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच, जो 10 सालों में दुनिया ने नहीं देखा, जो 10 सालों में अब वो संभव, पूरी दुनिया इन 10 सालों में भारत की ताकत देख रही। और सोनोवाल जी को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने यहां पर प्रोमिनेंट स्पीकर, स्कॉलर, एक्सपर्ट्स सबको लाकर एक मंथन कर रहे, ये एक पॉजिटिव सोच, उस सोच के लिए मैं सैल्यूट करना चाहूंगा। और इस अवसर पर एसपी सिंह बघेल जी हमारे मित्र और प्रबिता मार्गेटा जी, हमारे सामने बैठे वरिष्ठ सांसदगण, और हम चाहेंगे कि यह जो मंथन हो रहा है, यह 2047 प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प कि विकसित भारत, जब हम भारत की आजादी के 100 साल मनाएंगे, कोई क्षेत्र अछूता नहीं रहेगा। हर जगह भारत माता का परचम। और उसी के मुतालिक जो आप सब यहां IMSC के उद्देश्य को पूरा करने के लिए बैठे हैं, हमें मानता हूं कि रक्षा मंत्रालय, इंडियन नेवी, इंडियन कोस्ट गार्ड, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज सब मिलकर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के सपने को साकार करेंगे। और रक्षा राज्य मंत्री होने के कारण मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि रक्षा मंत्रालय इस पे एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा करेगा। और जबकि हमको मालूम है कि 7500 किलोमीटर की तटरेखा और लगभग 13 पोर्ट्स, बंदरगाह, 200 छोटे छोटे बंदरगाह, और यह प्राचीनतम, जब दुनिया अपने को ऐसा समझ रही थी कि हम कहां हैं, और वहां पर दुनिया में हम सब लगातार आगे बढ़ते रहे। और जब कार्गो का 1200 मिलियन टन का हमारा लक्ष्य हमने पूरा किया, और आने वाले दिनों में हमें कह सकते हैं कि 2030 तक 6 ट्रिलियन अमेरिकन डॉलर का लक्ष्य हम पूरा करेंगे। और लोथल की जो अहमदाबाद में सिर्फ थोड़ी दूर पे है, जो 8400 वर्ष पुराना वह शहर है, उसकी अपनी गाथा है, अपना विज्ञान है वो। और हड़प्पा संस्कृति हो, सिंधु संस्कृति हो, तो हम ये कह सकते हैं नेशनल मैरिटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स जो 4,500 करोड़ की लागत से बन रहा है, 800 एकड़ की भूमि पर वो बन रहा है, वो दुनिया का एक अजूबी चीज और एशिया का सबसे बड़ा अंडर वाटर मैरिन। और भारत को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आप निश्चित रूप से यह मंत्रालय आगे काम करेगा, किंतु रक्षा मंत्रालय साथ साथ खड़ा है हर परियोजना में, हर साथ हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं, क्योंकि टाइम मैनेजमेंट है। मैं देख रहा हूं कि एंकर दीदी 5 मिनट होता है और वहां खड़ी हो जाती हैं, तो टाइम डिसिप्लिन, टाइम मैनेजमेंट बहुत जरूरी है। मैं पुनः आप सबका अभिनंदन करते हुए, आप सभी सांसद मित्रों का अभिनंदन करते हुए कि ये जो समुद्री सीमा और समुद्र का जो व्यापार है, आने वाले 2047 में भारत की आजादी का जब 100 साल हम दुनिया में समुद्री तट पर हम अपनी परचम लहराएंगे। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भारत।
बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका, और वी आर रियली ग्रेटफुल for your kind words here. And now I take immense pleasure in calling upon the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, to kindly come forward and share his valuable insights and vision with all of us.
नमस्कार। Today, we are having this valedictory session. Since yesterday, we had several rounds of panel discussion based on the different civilization having deep connection with maritime trade, maritime voices, and also maritime integration. Today, in this concluding session, we have the kind presence of respected SP Singh Baghel ji, the Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying, and Minister of State for Panchayat Raj, respected Shri Pavitra Margheta, Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Minister of State for Textile, Government of India, respected Shri Sanjay Seth, Honorable Minister of State for Defence, Government of India, and T.K. Ramachandran ji, Secretary of Port Shipping Waterways, and we have specially our deep sense of gratitude to all the respected Member of Parliament representing both houses, Upper House and Lower House, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, namely former Union Minister MP Birendra Prasad Vaishya ji, former Union Minister MP Rameshwar Telly ji, Member of Parliament Tapir Gao ji, Member of Parliament Dilip Saikia ji, Member of Parliament Kamakhya Prasad Tasa ji, Member of Parliament Phanibhushan Chaudhary ji, Member of Parliament Pradhan Barua ji, Member of Parliament Kripanath Malla ji, Member of Parliament Srimati Bijuli Kalita Medhi ji, Member of Parliament Ronga Nazari ji, Member of Parliament Parimal Suklabadya ji, Member of Parliament Alfred Kangam S. Athur ji, Member of Parliament Saleng A. Sangma ji, Member of Parliament Jayanta Basumutari ji, Member of Parliament Rajiv Bhattacharya ji, Member of Parliament Vishnu Pada Ray ji, Member of Parliament Sadanand Tauri ji, and respected dignitaries, distinguished delegate from abroad and from within India, industry leaders, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and my media friends. First of all, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all because of your untiring effort in the last 2 days. We could able to make first ever India Maritime Heritage Conclave a grand success. Last 2 days, we have witnessed a series of enlightening discussion, insightful exchanges, and forward-looking conversation on a range of critical issues that are shaping the future of our maritime and waterways sector. we celebrate National Maritime Day, remembering the sailing of first merchant ship from Mumbai to London. But it is a topic to realize that the celebration goes far, much beyond to the Indus civilization, to Rig Veda, to the Mauryan, Gupta and Chola dynasties. Ships were used for transport and trade, particularly for the exchange of beads, jewelry and textile with civilization like Mesopotamia. The conclave highlighted that Ramayana has spread across the ocean to around 32 countries through maritime trade. Indian sailors were crucial in spreading Buddhism to Southeast Asia. Buddhist monks traveled across the Indian Ocean, trade routes to places like Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, and Indonesia. Ancient Indian seafarers were well versed in the art of navigation. They used the stars and constellation and sun position to guide their ships on long voyages across the Indian Ocean. Surat, on the western coast of India, became a major port during the Mughal period, where ships from across the world docked for trade. The development of the National Maritime Heritage Complex marks a significant step towards preserving and celebrating India's rich maritime legacy. This ambitious project, poised to showcase India's ancient maritime history, and will also serve as a global center for research, education, and cultural exchange. In line with this, India is engaging in fruitful international collaboration, wherein MOU with the countries of Portugal, UAE, and Vietnam already signed, and with the countries of Thailand and Sri Lanka will be signed shortly. This upcoming partnership will focus on joint research initiative, the development of maritime tourism, and the preservation of traditional navigation techniques that have connected our nation for centuries. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our journey to both preserve and celebrate India's ancient maritime legacy and chart a course towards a sustainable, innovative, and globally competitive future in the maritime sector. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have worked tirelessly to make this event a resounding success. India's maritime sector is poised for a transformative phase. With a vision laid out under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we are committed to revitalizing our ports, waterways, and shipping industry. The India Maritime Heritage Conclave has played a crucial role in fostering dialogue and strengthening the collaborative spirit among key players in the maritime sector. It was not just a conclave to honor the past, but a dynamic space to develop actionable solutions for the future. The knowledge shared, the partnership formed, and the ideas discussed here will significantly contribute to shaping India's maritime future. While the past has been a rich source of learning, the future is what we must focus on. The India Maritime Heritage Conclave has successfully aligned our past with our future, exploring innovative solutions and are both forward-looking and rooted in sustainability. As we bring India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024 to a close, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, panelists, delegates, attendees. Your insight, knowledge, and passion for the maritime industry have been invaluable. Let us now move forward with renewed determination to preserve our maritime legacy, to innovate for a sustainable future, and to ensure that India continues to shine as a beacon of maritime excellence. Together, let us chart the course for a brighter, more prosperous maritime future for India and the world. With these few words, I must appreciate the cooperation extended by three respected ministries: Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Fisheries, Ministry of External Affairs. Because these three ministries, we are always working together. Without their cooperation, our Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways cannot excel. Because in many sectors, in many initiatives, we are to work together, hand in hand. And that is why their presence today have made it very clear that tomorrow we are going together for the brighter future of India. And we all very much, from the core of my heart, must be grateful to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Because of his vision, his dream, and his dynamic leadership, this is for the first time conclave of this kind is happening in India. Sagar Virasat Sangam. Baghel ji, Sagar Virasat Sangam. Seth ji, Pavitra ji, ये जो संगम बनी है, सागर, महासागर और दुनिया को सागर ने एकत्रित किया है। संगम आज देश और विदेश से जो प्रसिद्ध हमारे हिस्टोरियन, थिंकर्स यहाँ उपस्थित है, और आप लोगों ने जो सहयोग की पिछले 2 दिन का कार्यक्रम में, इसके लिए मैं दिल की गहराई से आप सबको आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। ये जो हमारे बीच जो संगम हुई, हम एक साथ मिले और हम लोगों ने ये बात रखी कि दुनिया की भलाई के लिए, मानव समाज की भलाई के लिए हम हमेशा एकत्रित होकर काम करेंगे, जो कोलैबोरेशन एंड कोऑपरेशन, दिस इज द स्पिरिट. नाउ आउट ऑफ दिस कॉन्क्लेव वी आर adopting for better tomorrow, for the future generation. तो इसलिए मैं साथ साथ में जिन लोगों ने 2 दिन का कार्यक्रम में अलग अलग दायित्व निष्ठापूर्वक निभाए, उन लोगों को भी मैं विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं. और हमारे सचिव टी.के. रामचंद्रन जी और उनकी जितना भी हमारे अधिकारी है, कर्मचारी है, सब लोगों ने एक साथ मिलकर आज जनता की सहयोग से और जिनको हमने आमंत्रित की थी उनके सहयोग से 2 दिन का कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाया. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो नेशनल हमारी मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स बन रहा है लोथाल गुजरात में, ये दुनिया को जोड़ने का काम किया है, दुनिया को जोड़ने का काम किया है. और अगले दिनों में ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़े म्यूजियम बनेगा, सबसे बड़े, इतिहास रचना करेगा. और ये अध्ययन और अनुसंधान का केंद्र बनेगा। यही है परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना, to make this particular complex the complex of deep study and research, which will integrate the world community. One earth, one family, one future. That's the way the entire initiative is undertaken. इसलिए आज हमारे देश के आदर्शवादी नेता, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो परिवर्तन का माहौल देश में बनी है, जिसके वजह से देश की हर जनता को, हर व्यक्ति को, हर नागरिक को आत्मविश्वास मिली है, कलीजा दुगुना हुई है, ताकि हम इस देश को अगले 25 साल के अंदर दुनिया का सबसे विकसित शक्तिशाली देश बनाए। उसी लक्ष्य प्राप्ति के लिए आज हम एकत्रित हुए हैं और मैं विशेष रूप से जिन्होंने भाग ली है, हमारे ग्रीस, इटली, श्रीलंका, म्यांमार, फिलीपींस, साउथ कोरिया, यूके, कंबोडिया, वियतनाम, ईरान, ओमान और थाईलैंड, सभी देश के प्रतिनिधियों को मैं विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं। और इसी शब्दों का साथ मैं फिर से यहां उपस्थित हमारे परम आदरणीय राज्यसभा और लोकसभा की सांसदगण और हमारे मंच पर उपस्थित मंत्रीगण, आप सबको फिर से धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words and guidance with all of us. It's such an inspiration for all of us. Now, again, as we prepare to conclude this momentous evening, let's once again extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries for their unwavering support and visionary leadership. May I now take the honor to invite the Secretary of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri T.K. Ramachandran ji, to deliver the closing remarks and a vote of thanks to everybody out here.
Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Honowal ji, Honorable Minister of State for Defence, Shri Sanjay Seth ji, Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries and Animal Husbandry, Shri S.P. Baghel ji, S.P. Singh Baghel ji, Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Shri Pavitra Margarita ji, Honorable Members of Parliament who have graced this function with their presence, Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of the Bharat Sagar Virasat Sangam, the India Maritime Heritage Conclave, the first of its kind in our nation, I am filled with immense pride and gratitude to reflect on the remarkable journey we have embarked on. Over these last 2 days, we experienced different aspects of our glorious maritime history. We explored over 20 crucial topics that unraveled the depth and significance of our maritime legacy. From ancient settlement patterns along our coastlines to the expansive networks of internal and external trade, we have learned how the seas have long been our lifeblood, connecting us to different lands and fostering social, cultural, economic and political exchanges. We have gained insights into Buddhist associations with maritime trade routes, the role of ancient maritime institutions, and how the rise of empires was significantly shaped by control over seas. We revisited the colonial era, reflecting on its impact on our maritime identity and legacy. And as we shared these stories and discoveries, it was clear that there is still so much more to uncover and understand about our maritime heritage. I would like to take this moment to highlight the exemplary participation of officials, experts, researchers, specialists, and academics that has made this conclave truly remarkable. Over the last 2 days, more than 1,000 participants have joined us, a testament to the interest, enthusiasm, and commitment to exploring India's maritime history. What has been particularly special is the international participation from countries that share a rich maritime legacy with us. We were honored to welcome representatives from 12 countries, among others. This global presence has added immense value to our discussions and has further strengthened the bonds between our nations. I would now like to extend a vote of thanks as we conclude the Sagar Virasat Sangam 2024. This conclave has been a truly exceptional gathering, and I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all who contributed to its success. We thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his inspiration in the organization of this conclave. Though the focus was initially on the Lothal complex, the primary motivation for this conclave is much beyond that, and the guidance for this came from none other than the Honorable Prime Minister. हमारा इरादा सिर्फ दीवार खड़ा करना नहीं होना चाहिए. This is what he said. We hope that this conclave leads to the fulfillment of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of creating more awareness about our maritime legacy and its various facets, and kickstarts a movement towards this among scholars, researchers, and the general public. I would also like to extend my special thanks to the Honorable Vice President of India for his gracious presence during the inaugural. His address was evocative of his commitment to the nation's progress, and it motivates us to strive for excellence in all our endeavors. I would also like to thank our Honorable Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways for gracing us with your presence, sir, and delivering inspiring addresses that highlighted the future of India's maritime sector. Your leadership continues to guide us towards sustainable growth while preserving our maritime heritage. We are also deeply grateful to the distinguished speakers, panelists, and thought leaders whose remarkable insights have provided invaluable perspectives on the future of our maritime sector, blending heritage with technological innovation and sustainability. Special thanks also to the coastal states, all the organizations and agencies under the MOPSW for setting up pavilions at the IMHC, which became the primary attraction of the conclave. A heartfelt thanks to the delegates and participants who traveled from across the globe. Your active engagement and contributions elevated the discussions and ensured the success of this event. Our sincere appreciation also goes to the organizing team and staff, especially to IPRCL, the MD and his team, for their tireless efforts in ensuring the smooth execution of this conclave. We acknowledge the crucial support of our partners and sponsors whose contributions have been instrumental in the success of this event. As we close, I'm confident that the conversations we have started here will continue to inspire progress in India's maritime sector and foster growth, sustainability, and global leadership. Thank you all for your presence. Vande Mataram, Jai Hind. Thank you.
I would request all our Honorable Member of Parliament to kindly come on the dais for a photo opportunity. And also after this, I would request everyone to kindly rise and join us in singing the national anthem, the pride and unity of our country. Not now, after the photo op. With this, yes. So once the photo op is done, we'll start with the national anthem. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. As I said, that it's the pride and unity for our country. May I request the team to kindly play the national anthem?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
जय